cannot reach the position there. Otherwise, we're gonna wait. So guys, no more mobile phone, no more smartwatch, nothing like that. Nobody. You can stand, yeah? Go there and use it. But not in this area, that's all.
And you are very welcome to the Italian Poker Sport Day 2 here in Kings Resort. We're broadcasting live. All of these players in the money here in Kings Resort. What a couple of days, what a week it's been. Absolutely incredible turnout once again for this standout poker festival. It really is one of the biggest events in the poker calendar. Close to 3,000 entries, 2,992 players. Buy-in just €250, and we have a €625,000 prize pool plus 100k up top. Absolutely outstanding. Plus, of course, we have the World Series of Poker main event seat. That's the main event of the World Series of Poker Europe. Just getting ready to start here. We have an interesting table. I say interestingly, we have a couple of players familiar. And there you can see in seat 2 the King's Reg Oxymiron from Romania playing just about average stack, which is 940,000. Blinds 15,000, 30,000, all these players well in the money.
And you keep them in your left. Everybody keep the chips on the left side.
Several Italians feature, and this Italian lady, a regular in King's Resort for some years now. Plenty of experience. And this is El Jacobi, the Frenchman, who we featured several times in our streams. He's paying 1.2 million. Not too many big stacks on this table. This is Fernando Roca, a Portuguese player in seat 1, who's going to call with the ace 6. So it looks like El Jacobi was in the small blind position, and El Jacobi is in the small blind, of course. Portuguese player Fernando in the big blind with the ace high, which is good at the moment. El Jacobi probably feels his king high could be good, and he's trying to get to showdown, and Fernando happy enough to show down his ace and scoop the 190k pot. Right hand side of your screen there, Oxymiron, vastly experienced, bunch of talent, extremely experienced cash game and tournament player, and he will be posting the big blind now with 50,000. Average stack just about 950k. This is the Italian poker sport. It's day 2. Massive turnout, almost 3,000 players. Hope that sound is good. So, Rocco, Ficara, the Italian with the Jack 4, wins it straight away, and Nyanja folds the Queen 4 suited. Now this is Oxymiron, who we were speaking about just a moment ago in the big blind. The Portuguese player has just limped in with the Queen 7 suited. Fernando, Queen 7 of hearts. Oxymiron's cards not displayed, but will be any second. Oxymiron with the pair of sixes, raises, takes down the pot, gets his stack up to 950 average stack, posts the small blind now. Big blind posted by Leonardo Howard, just out of the picture on the right hand side. Leonardo from Belgium. Incredible turnout at all of these flights. That's Leonardo, center of screen, and then to the right of the screen, Leonardo's left, is Vincenzo Bertone, the Italian with the Antigua and Bermuda. The location where he is located. Vincenzo folds, and the Frenchman Anthony Maot it's Anthony folding the 5-3, and this is Rocco. Janja folds, Alex folds, and this is El Jacobi. So again, folded around to the blinds. Kind of get the feeling this table playing a little tight. Hand number 3, all 3 hands folded around to the blinds, and well, Oxymiron doesn't mess about. Let's rip. King 2 knows that his maximum exposure is 265,000, which is the short stack size. Leonardo Howard, and wow, that was pretty strong play from Leo, recognizing King good here quite a lot, didn't want to surrender his blind. He also posted the big blind ante, a huge percentage of his stack, so I get why he's going to go with this. So Oxymiron, let's rip with the King 2, King 5 snap. Looks like we're heading for a chop. Unless Deuce 5 or running low cards come on turn and river. Ace on the turn. And there's confirmation that it's a chop pot. Pretty strong play in my opinion, from both of these guys. Good demonstration there of recognition, intent from Oxymiron, and knowledge from the player in the big blind, not letting himself get exploited there. Made the call with the King 5, and correctly so. Not easy to do. That is Leonardo Howard from Belgium. He's posting small now, and the Italian Vincenzo on the left hand side of your screen wearing the face mask. He's posting big blind, center of your screen. Frenchman Anthony Mout, who is the big stack on the table. These are 100k chips at the front of his stack. Blues are 25k in the orange. At the back of the stack are the low value, 5k the lowest value in play. 100k is the highest value. Anthony folds, and this is Rocco, suited king. Now, Yanja, let's rip. Well, it's only 12 big, so, well, it's not. It's, yeah, 15, 30,000, so 390, 13 big blinds. Vincenzo folds. Yanja takes down blinds, and antes brings her stack 465, but Rocco with the King Jack offsuit under the gun. So 3-bet with the Ace King from El Jacobi, and the King Queen from Oxymiron straight into the bin. Folded around to Vincenzo in the small blind, who folds, and now the big stack on the table. Mout quickly folds the 6th, 3 off. So Rocco loose open here. King Jack off under the gun. Hard to continue, get played back at. So the graphics there showing the outlandish guarantee, $500,000 for just a 250 buy-in. And what's even more incredible is that 500,000 was absolutely obliterated, greater than 625,000 in the prize pool. It's been another epic Italian poker sport here in Kings Resort. This is Alex Ulrich with the small pair, making it 70,000. Hallam quickly folds the Portuguese player, and C1 folds, and Oxymiron folds. Leo Howard can't really do anything in the cutoff, and Vincenzo also folds. This is a big stack on the table, about 1.9 million, about double the average. Anthony Maut with the big slick in the small blind. 3-bet incoming, you would expect from the chip leader on the table. Double average stack versus an open. Anthony just lets it rip here with the ace king, and this is the huge benefit of this all-in move. Get a bunch of hands that you're flipping against to lay down. Alexander with the pocket threes decides not to get involved. Can't put this full stack in with a small pair versus 3-bet from a stack that hasn't covered. So, button with the chip leader, Yanja, the big blind. Under the gun player folds and right around to Oxymiron. But first we have Fernando Roca, who still has cards, and he looks down at King Queen. $65,000 with the King Queen from Fernando. Yanja with the Queen 7, not interested in defending. The Portuguese player Fernando Roca folds. Chip count graphic showing the situation here in our featured Anthony 2.1 million, and bad news for Leo, sub 10 bigs. Rocco on the button with Queen 7, takes down the pot, adds to a stack, brings him up to 775. Average is about 1 million. And I'm just tuning into the Twitch chat. Viewers looking for the breakdown of the payouts. And I reckon that should be it. Payout sorted now. So, blind here. Well, Jacobi. Versus a button open from Ganja with the over pair. That's the real experience on the table. Oxymiron from Romania, just playing about average stack. Four-two under the gun, he folds, and this is the shorty. Blinds 15,000, 30,000. We're on a 40-minute clock, 50 minutes I'm told actually, for this Italian poker sport. And it goes to 1 hour. On final day, day 3, that's tomorrow. This is Fernando, the Portuguese player in the big blind position, facing an open from Alex Ulrich. Fernando in the big blind, just flats, check folds. 2 hearts on board, no heart in his holding I suppose. He's high good there, quite a lot. Fernando just not interested in getting involved in a battle there versus Ulrich. Now, this is pivotal for Leo Howard. He's got to be making a move soon, posting big blind next hand, but folds straight away under the gun. Now we have Vincenzo. He folds, the chip he folds, and This is
6 fold.
2 of 3 Italians. Rocco Ficara folds. This is Yanja.
Fold.
Yanja folds.
8 raise 18.
Alex Ulrich once again raising, but we're going to see El Jacobi Hallam with the aces on the button. Get involved here. Couple of choices. And these are 100k chips he's going for. That's about 200. Looks to be about 220, 30 in around, maybe about 225, I think. Well, it's a bit less. It's 195. Oxymiron is going to fold, and the action's going to go back to Alex Ulrich, who snap calls with the eights. He's getting a massive price. Sizing from El Jacobi, very attractive. Super small 3-bet size. Aces versus eights now. Interesting. Alex may continue for a street here with that 8 of spades. El Jacobi Hallam is flop top set. So interesting situation. El Jacobi top set, 3 spades. Well, he doesn't want to mess around with the 3 spades on boards. He wants to clear out these flush draws. Takes down the pot, brings the stack up to 1.5 million, leaves Alex hovering just under the 700k mark. El Jacobi in conversation with his fellow countryman Anthony Mout. Yanja, you could just see in conversation herself with Alex Ulrich. That's the Italian based in Bermuda. Vincenzo Bortone. So field size 141. 50-minute clock. Average stack just over 1 million. This is Anthony Mout. Suited ace 10.
5 raise 65. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Makes it 65, ace 10 of hearts. And it's folded around to El Jacobi with a suited ace of his own, but he lets it go. This is Fernando with the Queen Jack. He folds, and Oxymiron with 7-2 in the small blind will fold. Decision now with the short stack in the big blind position. So just 8 big blinds behind in Leo Howard's stack. Looks at the clock. Does the maths. Weighs up the full situation. Is this a spot? Could fold, could move all in, could flat. And look at this from the chip leader. Absolute snapperoonie with the ace 10. Good intent from Mount. Don't blame Leonardo. Howard. 3 betting all in. Get some hands to fold there. But not the ace-10 suited. And unfortunately for the short stack Leonardo Howard, he finds himself in a spot of bother here, but not anymore. He flips the stats, and with 110 in the dustbin, 2 clean outs for Anthony. King of diamonds on the turn, 10 and 10 only. Jack of diamonds, no player with a diamond in their holding, and Leonardo Howard with the double through the chip leader. Massive moment. That's a sore one for Anthony Mount. Getting the short stack all in. Makes the call. Has his opponent crushed. That's the goal in this game. Get your money in. Have your opponent dominated. That's the target. And then you just gotta hold. That's the game. But long shots come in. And Leonardo Howard spiked a 7 on the flop. Not nice when it happens to you, but the trick is to have a stack that can survive a dent like that. And Anthony Mount still has above average stack. In fact, still the chip leader on the table. Looks down at Jack 9. Under the gun. Folds. So Rocco under the gun with the Jack 6 and Ganja with the 10-3 in the bin. Alex down under 700k. El Jacobi second in chips. Fold it right around to Oxymiron in the cutoff with King 4. He folds. Leonardo Howard on the button with the ace 5. Makes it 65k. And now in the big blind position, on sitting on the largest stack on the table, 1.8 million. is Anthony Maut. He looks down at Jack 10 and he puts in the additional 35,000 to make the call. This is the short stack, Leonardo Howard. Well, this could be a big problem for Leonardo Howard. Well, he puts the handbrake on. 3 diamonds. Now does have the 10 of diamonds. May check again. Leonardo Howard, ace 5. Put the brakes totally on there on that 7, 8, 9, 2 diamond flop, and quickly folds on the turn. Anthony Maut lock the nuts. Leo loses the absolute minimum, sitting on about 500,000. Anthony up close to that 2 million mark, average stack 1.1 million. It's the Italian poker sport, day 2, almost 3,000 entries for this incredible festival. Rocco with the ace 10, just defending Al Jacobi. Jack 10, 755. Rocco checks Al Jacobi. Checks back on that 755 board. We're going to see a turn. Well, it looks like Al Jacobi continued. End of hand. Well, interesting. Al Jacobi floating here. Fernando with the Queen Jack, making it 65,000. On the button with a suited ace. Anthony considering his options. Finally, we see a 3-bet from the chippy on the table. Makes it 1.7 million. Janja snap folds in action will be back with the Portuguese player Fernando Roca. Queen Jack offsuit, not very attractive, out of position, versus the player at the table that has you covered. You can understand Fernando wanting to just get rid of that Queen Jack, move on. Good intent shown here from Anthony Maut. 2.1 million, just about double the average stack. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the Italian Poker Sport Day 2. Massive event here in the resort, absolutely jam-packed all weekend. 3,000 entries, there or thereabouts. Well, I'm absolutely shocked that the big blind has missed us. Has missed out in a hand. It's quite remarkable that you've been playing a big tournament, deep in the tournament, in the money. You post some big blind and you leave the table. I don't understand it. Doesn't make sense to me. In my €50 home game, I wouldn't miss my big blind, I tell you that. Never mind playing for 100,000 up top. That's what these guys are playing for, 100k cash plus that 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. That World Series festival kicking off next month, 19th of November. And the main event itself confirmed for the 2nd, 3rd of December, day 1A, 1B. And several of these players will be back for that mammoth event. 5 million guaranteed. Will be absolutely outstanding festival. It really will. Really cool timing as well. Post-pandemic, borders starting to open, restrictions lifting all over Europe and beyond. I think it's pretty cool timing. There's a 5 million guarantee. I think it'll be closer to 10 million than 5 million, and that's something I'm willing to bet on. I believe there's about 175 live qualifiers, which is colossal. Outside the main event, there's no other tournament that would have that many live qualifiers. There's nothing near it. 175 live qualifiers. Huge pool of players already satellited in. Good shot here for Alex Ulrich in the small blind. And boom. Hits the straight, but Jacobi would, I mean, to say he's none of this is an understatement. 7 high. No interest shown from the player on the big blind there. Button moves. Now Jacobi posts small blind. And the Portuguese player Fernando Roca will be posting big blind ante. which is still 15,000, 30,000 for another 5 minutes or so. And then we'll move to the 20,000, 40,000 level. That is Fernando Roca. Oxymiron not missing his big blind. He's posting the 30,000. Coming towards the end of this 15-30k level. Short stack. Sent to your screen, but situation not as desperate. After getting that double through the chip leader, sitting on close to 500,000. Leonardo Howard folds under the gun, Vincenzo folds, Rocco Ficara folds the 6-4, and now Janja, who's actually the shortest on the table, 425,000. On the button here, El Jacobi Hallam with the Queen 2 offsuit folds, and it's the blinds. Well, actually, the button raises here. El Jacobi makes it 100k. With Queen 2 offsuit on the button, Oxymiron with a suited ace in the big blind position versus a button open. Oxymiron, considering his options, 900k behind, just flats. Top for Oxymiron, checks to El Jacobi, who's going to continue on this 8-5-4-2 club board. Oxy, looking back at his cards, he's not folding here, no chance. He's considering 3-bet rip, to be honest. 2 clubs, protect his hand against all the overcards. That's exactly what he does. He lets it rip. If he runs into it, he runs into it. But top just way too strong not to continue. So he goes for the check raise all in, protect his hand. Takes down the pot, brings the stack up to 1.2 million. El Jacobi takes a hit. Well, that's okay. Still above average, which is close to 1.2 million, 127 left in the field, but this field size, outlandish stuff, these events. I mean, it really is incredible how many players they attract. You can see the chip count there. Anthony Mout with 2.1 million. El Jacobi, Oxymiron and Fernando, all sitting around 1.2, 1.3 million. And then you have Vincenzo, Alex, Rocco, close to the 700k mark, and then a couple of players under $500,000, and this guy in the screen posting big blind is one of them. It's Leonardo Howard. But first to speak, under the gun, Vincenzo Bertoni with the pocket tens. Anthony folds. Rocco with the suited ace, not interested in Janja. 425k. I understand the blinds are up 20,000, 40,000. Well, in fact they're not. I can see it's still 15 and 30 from the chips posted there. Short stack straight in front of you, sitting on, guess, about 400k behind. Vincenzo on the left of your screen there, posting big blind. In the center of the screen, the chip leader Anthony Maut. Under the gun with the 9 deuce. Rocco 6-4 folds. Janja with the 10-9. Oxymiron, ace king suited. Action with the short stack in the small blind position. Suited king, interesting spot, but he doesn't get involved. He lets it go, and now Vincenzo in the big blind with 8 deuce off suit. He folds. Shows the blinds. His minimum raising hand. I always have it, guys. Ace king suited. Wouldn't do it with any less. Takes a stack up to 1.4 million. Average 1.1, 1.2. That's the chip leader in the center of your screen. The Frenchman Anthony Maut. And then on the right, then in the yellow hoodie, is Rocco Ficara. Under the gun, Rocco, playing around 600k. In fact, it's 645, but you would think that 645 is going to increase. Pocket kings under the gun. Let's go. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000. He makes it 105,000. So no action for the kings, but I think Anthony will continue. Jack 10, it is suited. In the big blind, getting 3-1 plus on his money. So he is going to put in the additional 65k. See a flop with a hand full of potential. The only problem here for Anthony He's up against an absolute monster, and unfortunately he has a piece of this. He has middle pair in the back door. Straight backdoor flush, and that second ace is a problem for Anthony. The likelihood of Rocco having an ace in his holdings, a lot less, so you're going to see a check call here from Anthony Mout. Two pair. Doesn't like it, but I think should be calling here. He's ahead here quite a lot, but unfortunately on this occasion he ain't. He's up against it, misses, and he's going to go check. Oh boy, I can't believe Rocco didn't extract more from Anthony Mouth there with that check pack. I mean, how likely is it that his opponent has an ace? Given he just flatted in the big blind, that rules out all his strong aces. Surely he would hear from his opponent on turn. If there was an ace in his holdings, but anyway, he did win the pot. You kind of feel he missed a bet there. This is the story. Scoreboard: Anthony Mout 1.8 million, Oxy Mirin 1.3, El Jacobi 1.3. These are the impression of a lot of quality. Alex Foles now, El Jacobi with Big Slick 1.3 million. We're going to see an open here. Blinds 20,000, 40,000. Going to see an open to about 90k. Well, it's sized up 115,000. Well, action, because the short stack on the table, 10 bigs. Leo's going to let rip with jacks, and we're going to see a classic confrontation here. Premium pair versus ace king, jacks versus the two overs. Rocco with eights, but there's way too much interest being shown here. Rocco's just going to let these eights go. I can't really see Rocco continuing. It's too much action. El Jacobi makes it 115 under the gun +2. All in rip then from Leonardo Howard. Of course the eights go into the dustbin as you'd expect, but you're going to see a snap call from El Jacobi, who turns over his ace king, and Leonardo Howard with the pocket jacks, and you can see the graphics showing ace king 57%. Incredible. That would tell you the jacks are in the bin. So should El Jacobi hit, Leonardo will be in real bad shape. Still 35% even after missing the flop. El Jacobi with the ace king in his holding. Turn 3 full house for Leo, but El Jacobi can make a bigger house. Queen, ace or king. Oh, that is pretty brutal. Absolutely brutal stuff on the river. Always happens, doesn't it? You fade the flop, on the turn, and then boom, strikeout. End of for Leonardo Howard, who for me was one of the more talented players on this table. He really did play the short stack well. Did get lucky with that ace-7 against Anthony Mouth, but I think it was a super standard shove, to be honest. And then flip for a 1 million pot, get him right back on track. Didn't happen. King ball on the river for El Jacobi Hallam, Frenchman. Now sitting close to 2 million, I think about 1.85. Snap fold from El Jacobi. Vincenzo folding a suited king in the cutoff, but Anthony Mouth won't be folding on the button with the Queen Jack. 1.8 million for Anthony. He's joined Chippy on this table now with El Jacobi, who's eliminated Leonardo. First elimination from our feature table. 50-minute clock. Blinds 20,000, 40,000. This is Janja. Ace Jack, let's rip, as you would expect. 8.5 bigs. Anthony not liking the situation here. I think he just gives it up. It's very tempting, given that it's just 385,000. It's only 305 more to call. Well, I mean, I'm surprised, but he does make the call. 305 probably is a call. I do get 80 at times, particularly when I have a decent stack. I'll go for the stack preservation, but Anthony Mouth showing a lot of intent. Janja putting on her beautiful leather jacket, but she's a mile in front here. Now, Anthony Mouth does have a good shot to the straight. King and king only, 3 kings the deck. Oh, absolutely sick. Brutal. Again, a king on the river. And the jacket gets zipped up. And that's why you call with the Queen Jack, because you can always get there. Spike a 3-outer to eliminate your opponent, and 2 eliminations in quick succession, in fact. 2 hands in a row. We see, first of all, the Belgian player Leonardo Howard busted out by El Jacobi Hallam. Jacks versus Ace King. King on the river for El Jacobi. End of tournament for Leonardo, and then Janja gets it in good. Ace Jack versus Queen Jack. Ace on flop, ace on turn, and then a king ball again on the river to bust out the low stack. So 2 eliminations from our feature table. You can see the player in seat 1 is Fernando Roca, playing about 1.1 million. So El Jacobi was under the gun. He opened with the sixes, snap fold from Portuguese player Oxymurin, and then Vincenzo Bortone folds the 4 deuce offsuit. Chippy, decent stack now, 2.5 million plus, I believe, for Anthony, who you see in the centre of your screen. El Jacobi takes it down. We're going to have a player join. TD will bring one of the players from one of the outer tables. Bring us to 800. Viewers just tuning in, you're very welcome. Broadcasting on the Facebook platform and on our Twitch channel. Apologies, I don't have either open. Just grappling with a few technical difficulties, so I've no chat available until after the break. But I'm sure all the remarks are generous and pleasant and positive, so I thank you in the dark for all the engagement. Thanks to the mods looking after us. Appreciate all of you viewers tuning in. We love to bring you this poker content. This is what we do. Kings Resort. Live poker is our MO. And we do it week in, week out. This is what we specialise in. And the players know it. Players turn up week out. These massive guarantees, hugely attractive. And the fields are mixed with grassroots players and a bunch of recreational players here for entertainment purposes, firing away in these lower buy-ins. You can fire several bullets. Got big money up top, massive prize money. For this 250 buy-in, there's 100,000 up top. Right now we're looking at El Jacobi versus Fernando Roca. Fernando continues on the Queen 9-5, got Ace of Diamonds, second pair of the 9 connecting. Takes it down, gets a stack up to 1.3 million. Button moves. Italian poker sport, day 2 we're in. Well into day 2, well in the money. And you can see the situation there. Amount 2.2 million. Alex Ulrich. 600k, 14 bigs. Lines 20,000, 40,000. No desperately short stacks. Ulrich not quite in that sub 10 big danger zone just yet. Oxymurin, average stack. And again we're going to see the Kings. This time it's Vincenzo Bortone's turn to play with King Kong, and he opens to 105,000, which seems to be the standard open size for these big holdings. Well, in fact it's bigger, it's 125,000. I mean, this is pretty big sizing. 3x plus. Anthony Mount with the ace-9 and the hijack. Chip leader, but versus under the gun open from pretty sore player. Vincenzo has been playing rather tight. Anthony trying to just suss out hand strength, but he does let go of the ace-9. Wow, Alex in the button folds, and now going to see Fernando in the big blind position. Vincenzo shows the chip leader. His holdings, kings. Vincenzo again picks up a premium here. Ace King, big slick under the gun, and you wonder, well, he actually goes sizes up, so 130,000 it looks like. It's quite remarkable, these raise sizes. Now this is interesting. I mean, Vincenzo showed us kings the last hand, and possibly Anthony thinking, okay, he showed me his kings in the last hand, now he opens again. He wants me to think that this is kind of his standard raise. This is the range from which he opens from. Anthony Mouth decides to get involved in position here with the Queen Jack suited, which I find quite interesting. Oxymoron. Okay. Well, action incoming. Under the gun open, flat. Oxymoron with the ace king. Such a powerful hand and hold'em. Blocking aces, blocking kings. You would expect a 3-bet sizable. There's 360 already in the pot. I think we're going to see, well, ace king behind for Oxymoron. Decides to peel a flop, and I mean, this is, oh boy, what a flop. Anthony Mouth flops the nuts with the redraw to the royal flush. This is pretty sick stuff. Both Oxymoron and Vincenzo flop top two. I mean, this is just absolutely dream situation for the chip leader. And the way Oxymoron has played this, he's completely disguised his hand. So you're going to see, well, I mean, there's no chance. I think Anthony gets the lot here, because Vincenzo is not going to believe Oxymoron. And a snap call from Anthony. All the money over the line. And both these players blocking each other. So Anthony, massive favourite to scoop the whole pot. Look at the size of this pot, 3.4 million. I found it really interesting, Oxymoron just flatting with the ace king. Well, obviously now he's going to regret that, because a 3-bet would have got rid of Anthony. Spade. There's the backdoor spades we mentioned a moment ago. 6 of spades. Ace or king. Well, the flush in the end. Flopped the straight. Backdoored the flush. And you can see Anthony just raise his eyes to heaven as if to say, oh wow. What an amazing board that was. What a situation for the chippy. Vincenzo's in shock. He shrugs his shoulders, knocks the head. he can't believe that Oxy didn't 3-bet there. He would have 4-bet shoved all in. Got rid of Queen Jack. The guys would have chopped it. They'd still be in the tournament. And who knows? Five players. Well, we're going to need players from other tables. Oxy, a little stunned, but he's been here before. He knows the situation. Tournament poker. The variance. The ups and downs. The bad beats. Fantastic runouts. And that was a pretty incredible hand, it really was. Top two for both Oxy, Murren and Vincenzo, who opened under the gun. The chippy, Queen Jack suited. Gets to see the flop. You didn't think he would. When we saw Oxy in the big blind position look down at Ace King, well, I certainly felt like 3-bet incoming. Possibly a 3-bet rip all in. Well, if he 3-bet, regard sizing, for sure Vincenzo would have put the lot in. And then Anthony Mouth would have got out of the way. But it turns out he got a flop. Nuts. It's the back door to the royal flush. You can see the dealer just waiting, 5-handed. Going to be a table broken, and we're going to get incredible that we're actually going to get 4 players to the table. We're completely changing the dynamics. The massive chip leader, and methinks that Anthony Mouth after that hand will be probably the overall tournament leader with about 100 players left in the mix here in Kings Resort. It's the Italian Poker Sport Day 2. You can see Alexander Ulrich in our screen there, just walking up and down with the hoodie. Anthony flopped Broadway. Top two for both Oxy and Vincenzo, both blocking each other. It was just a horrible situation. Oh boy, really crazy stuff here in Kings Resort of the Italian Poker Sport. Just waiting for a couple of arrivals. Table 5-handed now. I mean, we didn't have a bust out for an hour, and then really quick 2 hands in succession. We had Leonardo Howard, we had Jacks versus the Ace King of El Jacobi, and then we had Janja who got it in good with the Ace Jack versus the Queen Jack of the chip leader Anthony Mouth, and then this massive hand a few hands later. So in the space of 1 orbit we lose 4 players, and we have a stack on the table that's equivalent to 110 big blinds. 4.4 million with blinds at 20,000, 40,000. So any moment now we're going to see some players arrive.
gros tapis de là-bas. Le gros tapis de là-bas. Ce roi à l'arrivée, il m'a fait du bien. Moi aussi, ce roi à l'arrivée, il m'a fait du bien. Ah oui, aussi. Okay. Chips is going to be your next time. Chips is going to be
So, a couple of new arrivals. See straight away. We have Vincenzo's seat filled. We have Leonardo's seat filled. We have Janja's seat filled. So 8-handed. See, 2 still empty. That was the seat of Oxymiron, the Romanian pro.
Yeah, that's the left side with your cards, and the right side should be the chips. Okay, small blind, big blind.
7 players, blind still 20,000, 40,000 will be for another 20 minutes or so. Gytis from Lithuania, 1.2 million. That's the chip leader. 4.4 million, 110 bigs. Let's go. Under the gun. I tell you, I'm opening here. Suited king. Just establish the rules for these new players. Let them know who the gaffer is, but Anthony decides against it. And that is Ivo, my friend from Austria, the pro on the circuit for so many years, bracelet winner, the real experience on this table, Ivo Donov. Now, this is Gytis from Lithuania. Well, yeah, Gytis puts in the 65,000 with the ace-jack. Alex Ulrich opened in the hijack with ace-9, and that is just the sickest of 6 flops. Top and bottom for the razor, top 2 for the big blind defend. There is no chance this money isn't going in, and it goes in right now on the flop. Somebody draws. Now, $75,000. Gytis has hit this so strong. He's actually taking a flat call, and well, no, he doesn't. And understandably, he announces himself. Too many draws in this board. Now you're going to see Alexander Ulrich pull the trigger with top and bottom pair. No doubt all the money goes in. If it doesn't, I'm going to get up and leave. Of course the money goes in. Oh, come on, Gytis. Don't slow roll him. Put the money in quickly. What are you afraid of? Bottom set? Possibly. Top set? No, you're blocking that. Middle set? No, you're blocking that. Well, I mean, this is just... Ah, okay. Okay, well this, I don't think Gytis knew what the story was. He thought it was a raise, he didn't know he was all in, and I get that. Okay, fair enough. And you can see him just have a chuckle there. He didn't realise his opponent was all in. He thought he was just raised. He was asking for the raise size, and then he was gonna pull the trigger to put his opponent all in, but he was already all in. So that's why you had a bit of a pony and trap show. Looking for a one-outer, Alex Ulrich, who flopped top and bottom. Pretty sick board. Doesn't come. Elimination for Alexander Ulrich. No escape there, really. Pretty sick stuff. Gitas with just the flat call with the ace-jack pre-flop. Flops top 2. What a dream situation. Check raises his opponent. Opponent moves all in. Gitas doesn't really know that his opponent's all in. And then eventually money does go over the line and Gitas now up to 2.4 million. Blinds 20,000, 40,000. The short stack is Rocco Figara. On 20 bigs, Fernando on 30 bigs. So pretty deep this table. With the bust outs and the new players arriving. The average stack in this table far higher than the other tables for sure. Back down to 7 players, and under the gun is Rocco Figaro, ace queen. I mean, it's really kicked off here in the last half an hour. Absolutely crazy stuff. We've had 5 bust outs like in 20 minutes. It's ridiculous. This is Ivo Dunev. He has been around the circuit for a long time, believe me. He's seen quite a lot. He's a multiple tournament winner, a couple of million in tournament earnings. And he does have at least one World Series of Poker bracelet. Plays the mixed games. Quite adept online. You see him battling in the online streets also. But live poker really is his forte. And he's a reg here in Kings Resort. This is Gitas. 2.4 million. Ace 10 suited in the small blind versus an under the gun open from Rocco. Gitas new to the table, did have a hand previous with the ace jack. He just flatted in the big blind. This time he looks down at ace 10 suited in the small blind and flats also. Anthony Mouth getting a massive price, but just look at the hand holding. The hand strength. Queen 5 offsuit. No interest. Rocco in the lead here, not anymore. And there's the queen in the bin. We just seen the big blind fold, the queen of clubs. Rocco does have a good shot. Queen is good. King will give him the nuts. Gitas now figures out he's ahead. Have to check back, but of course Rocco's going to continue. Ace queen could still be ahead, and if not, he can hit his queen or king for the straight, or ace, which he may think is good also, but in this case it's not. That would give Gitas 2 pair, but I'm loving this value bet incoming from Gitas, recognizing the situation here. This guy has shown a lot of knowledge. 140, targeting ace king, ace queen, and all these pocket 7s, 8s, 9s. 140, beautiful sizing. 25% of the pot, but Rocco gives up, leaves him with 625, but Gitas getting a super start here on the feature table. He gets a stack up to around 2.7 million with the average about 1.3. This is the Italian poker sport. This is our feature table. One of several tables still running. We've still the guts of 100 players still left in this event. There'll be a graphic on the top right showing how many left. There's 109 left. Average 1.3. This is Ivo Dunev, the Tournament Pro, Mixed Game Pro, Cash Game Pro, Online Pro. He really is an all-rounder, Ivo. This is El Jacobi Hallam, pocket nines, 1.7 million. El Jacobi looks at the clock. Sees the blinds are 20,000, 40,000. He's going to make it 90. Well, these are big sizes. 115. On Kilato in the cutoff. Similar stack size, not interested. Gitas on the button with the King 7. Well, the dealer pointing to his watch, indicating to a player that his digital watch is not allowed. It's probably an iWatch. All devices must be surrendered. El Jacobi. This is the Portuguese player. Fernando, 1.2 million, averages 1.4, 107 remain. This is Uncle Otto with the Queen Jack in the hijack position. Uncle opens. And now the chip leader on the button looks down at 5-3 offsuit. He snap folds. This is the blinds. And in the blinds is Rocco Ficara in the yellow hoodie. Looks interested. Anthony has folded. Rocco also folds, and this is Ivo Dunev, ace-5, big blind. Makes the call, 55,000. Let's go to the flop. Let's see what happens here. Well, something for both players. Wheel draw for Ivo and Uncle Otto. Flops top pair, check. We see a bet. Now we're going to see Ivo continue for one street at least. That's my prediction. Let's see how this plays out. It looks like 85,000. Well, it's more, it's 110. And here's the continuation I expect from Ivo. Wheel draw, ace can be golden. Ace high could even be good here at times. Of course he does have that big draw. So a deuce or an ace, but queen on the turn. Another picture card, not good for Ivo. It is good for Uncle, who has just eliminated all his kicker problems here by turning two pair. Queen Jack top two. There was a chance he was up against the superior Jack. That's problem is now evaporated. And Ivo check folds the turn. Evo down to 1.3 million. Uncle Otto scoops a pretty decent pot, 1.8 million or so. Uncle Otto. Right hand side of your screen is Gytis, the Lithuanian. Get this table running. Posted out. Alexander Ulrich after flopping top two. Alexander top and bottom pair. All the money went in on the flop. Alex didn't improve. He's hit the rail. And it looks like we have some new arrivals. 5, 6, 7, 8, 900,000 in that rack. Let's see, there's another rack. Oranges are 5k, blues 25k. This is Uncle Otto under the gun +1. He'll fold the 3-2. Pretty much the nut low. Gytis folds, chip leader not available. He's talking to his fans, telling them how well he played that Queen Jack suited. This is Rocco Ficara with the Jack 6. He folds in the small blind. He's super experienced. Ivo Donev, who going to go after the blinds here. And the player on the big blind is El Jacobi, because the new arrival at the table didn't arrive in time to post. El Jacobi with the small pair makes it 240 in Evo. Let's go the Queen 7. And it looks like a pretty short stack for the new arrival there. If it's just one column of chips, it's literally just 400 or 500k. Floor clearly explaining. Yeah, it's a pretty short stack that. 3, 4, I think for 400k. So, this is his big blind. Nice timing. Portuguese player, seat 1, Fernando Roca. And Morgan playing about $1 million. This is Uncle. Folds. Gytis, ace 4. Makes it 100k, blinds 20,000, 40,000, chip leader. Anthony Mouth with the 5-3 offsuit folds, Rocco folds. Evo folds on the button, and now Alex Ulrich, ace 10 suited, small blind position. I think El Jacobi will be interested here. Ace 10 of diamonds. A lot going on here. So he's going to 3-bet to 300k, it looks like. 3-bet from El Jacobi. And that will get rid of Gytis, the ace 4 offsuit. I think he's just going to let this one go. Average stack 1.4 million, 104 players left. You can see the graphic top right. This pops up pretty much every hand. Don't like this. Gytis. Well, he does have position. Ace 4. Ace could be golden if he hits it. El Jacobi. Top. Gytis has missed. Uncle Otto under the gun with the Jack 4 suited. That goes into the dustbin. Gitas folds and Anthony Mouth with the King Queen. Chip leader's going to open here for sure. 4.3 million stack. Got to start using that stack. Here is the open from Anthony Mouth. The Frenchman makes it 90,000. Evo folds. Now, Gitas, can he continue his run good? Ace King under the gun. Well, it looks to be pretty big sizing here from Gitas with the Ace King. Big blind is 40,000. Anthony Mouth. Well, I mean, I can't see him get involved here with the 4-3, just taking the opportunity to find out what kind of stack size his opponent's sitting on. Fold it right around to the short stack. Anthony Mouth under the gun with 3-2, the nut low. Anthony folds, and now Rocco, Queen 9. Blinds now up 25,000, 50,000. Just 10 bigs for Rocco. Evo folds, short stack. Folds. This is El Jacobi in the hijack with the 10-9. He folds, and now in seat 1 the Portuguese player Fernando. Morgan on the button. Ace King. So Gita's actually in the big blind here with ace 5. Morgan Bale all in. Gita's with a decision. I think it's too big a shove. Number 17 bigs to call, it doesn't get called. See the big stack on the right of your screen there, the chip leader. That's Anthony Mouth. Great situation, one of the overall tournament leaders. Over 4 million. What a pot. Versus Oxymiron and Vincenzo. Both Vincenzo and Oxymiron with the ace king. Flopping top 2 pair. Now, what's going on here? Gitas does eventually fold. Morgan. With the ace king, takes it down. This is the Italian poker sport. This is day 2. This is a 3,000 player event down to about 100 players. And that player at the bottom of your screen, that's actually Alexander Ulrich is busted. That's actually Paulo de Silva. Rocco, 10 bigs. Look at that, 4.4 million. 88 big blinds for Anthony Mouth, who will be posting big blind ante. Both equivalent to 50,000 in this hand. First stack to be the short stack. 10 bigs for this gentleman you see in the yellow hoodie. Rocco Ficara. Let's go, Rocco. Time to go to work. King Queen goes in for sure. All in announced. Evo snap folds and Paulo de Silva looks down at ace deuce, he'll fold. Well, Jacobi, Hallam with the suited 10-8. This will also get folded. Fernando with a pair here. 1.1 million. No, not going to put the money in. I want to be getting your money in first here with this type of hand. Fernando folds the 6s. Uncle and the button folds the 5-3, and now just the blinds to contend with. Gitas in the small blind and the big blind. Well, Anthony has a decision. Queen Jack, and I like the way this guy makes his decisions. Just no messing. 10 big blind shove under the gun, and the chip leader with the Queen Jack suited snaps him off. Good situation for Rocco. This is the kind of hand he wanted to call him. He has Anthony dominated. Both hit top pair. Anthony drawing to a jack, no hearts on the board. 8 doesn't make a difference. Jack and jack only. There's 2 left in the deck. Jack of diamonds is folded pre. And there it comes. Oh boy. I mean, that's just crazy. Rocco Ficara goes, what the hell? Shrugs his shoulders, lifts his hands, and goes, what is going on? I don't know what's going on. Anthony Mouth busting out players. That Queen Jack suited is turning out to be quite an important hand for the chippy here, Anthony Mouth. And if he wasn't the big stack left in the tournament before the hand, he is now close to 5 million. Again, sitting on about 100 big blinds. More blood spilt here on this featured table. Post outs coming in thick and fast. We lose Rocco v Cara. I mean, this guy is running so hot. If you remember Janja, he spiked the king on the river. I think it was a 3-outer against Janja to make it straight. She got it all in. Totally dominating Anthony. Pretty similar situation again versus Rocco v Cara. Now back to the action. We're looking at Morgan fold, and this is Uncle Otto in the cutoff with King 3. Not interested. Gitas in the button. Gitas folds the 10-6, and now the chip leader with the King 7 is going to be going to war here against Evo. Average stack 1.5 million. Anthony Mouth looks over at Evo stack. You wonder, like, do these players realize who Evo is? What kind of experience this guy has? Do they know what they're up against? Perhaps not. Perhaps they do. Does it make a difference? I think so. And Anthony just pointing out a chip that Evo had loose from a stack. Anthony Mouth limping in with the King 7, and Evo checking his option with the Queen 8. We're going to see a flop. Top pair for Evo. Mouth. King high. Does have one spade. 2 spades on board. Anthony Mouth leads out. Looks like the minimum 55,000, and Evo has gone flat here. 0 point. Well, he actually raises to find out where he's at. Anthony, King high. Couple of kings folded pre-flop. Looks like Anthony may continue here. Maybe creating a story, but he decides against it. Evo takes it down. Button moves. Morgan with the 6s, and now the chip leader looks down on the button with a pocket pair. may see action. Anthony Mouth just flats with the pocket fours.
Chips, you can leave them there, yeah? Chips, you can leave them there.
Another new player arriving in. They're coming thick and fast. This is the short stack Paulo da Silva, listed here as Alexander Ulrich's Busto. This is Paulo. Looks like we have a couple of racks incoming. Alexandra defends on the button and he flops bottom pair with the backdoor straight, backdoor flush. Both Morgan and Anthony missed. Anthony does have the benefit of position. It's checked around to him, but he checks back. And now we go to the turn. Deuce on the turn, perhaps now. This is Paulo da Silva with the Portuguese flag. Checks again. First the bet's going to win here, I think. Morgan has to go for this. No, he checks again. But now for sure Anthony will go for it. Check twice to him. What is going on? Nobody wants this pot. This is crazy stuff. 10 on the river. I just can't believe no one went for that, particularly the chippy. Pre-flop raiser, checked every street, and then chip leader in position. It's just a gift. To this gentleman, the short stack. What a present. Small blind, big blind requested from the dealer, which is 25,000. 50,000 will be for another, I don't know, maybe 25 minutes. We have around 90 players odd left. This is day 2. It's late in day 2, after midnight here in Kings Resort. Almost 3,000 entries, creating a prize pool of €625,000 plus. Now, Uncle with the suited connectors, 1.8 million stack, 7-6 of clubs. Uncle Otto folds, and now Jitus with the King 2 goes into the bin. This is the chip leader with 10 deuce, Anthony Mouth. And now a new arrival who looks to be sitting on a decent stack himself, Joseph Gulas Jr. in the Czech Republic. We featured Joseph before in our live stream. And the cut off here folded around to 1.8, 7-4 offsuit. Let's go. Well, this is actually Joseph Gullis Jr. and it's his father who we featured several times. He actually came fourth for 90,000 here in Kings last year at the WPT 3K event, and Joseph opening light, and Jacobi, don't know was there any info on Joseph. Morgan under the gun with the ace-5. So Gitas making it 120 with the ace-6. Joseph Gullis Jr. You get the feeling there's loads of intent. They're not going to continue with the Queen Jack off. This is Evo. He folds, and now action around to the short stack on the button. 750k with blinds at 25,000, 50,000, 15 big blind stack for Paulus de Silva. Listed here as Alexander Ulrich. Gitas in the center of your screen. Pretty strong start on this feature table, and then the chip leader on his left, our right, the very right of the screen, it's Anthony Mao. Uncle Otto under the gun on the left hand side of your screen. He looks down at the aces. 1.8 million. Blinds 25,000, 50,000. That's 100,000, 110,000 it looks like, just above the minimum raise. Snap forward from Gitas and chip leader Anthony. with the 10-7, considering what to do with 10-7. He does fold. This is Joseph Gullis Jr. He folds, Evo folds. Now action with El Jacobi. Hallam, he folds the 7-4 offsuit. And now we move to the blinds. Jack 8 in the small blind position for the Portuguese player Fernando. And in the big blind we're going to see a defend from Morgan Bale with Ace 4. Three, 3, 6 flop Morgan. None of this. Kind of bored he got rep though. So let's see how this unfolds. Uncle Otto with the aces. Obviously it's going to be concern for him. The 3-3. Not out of the ordinary to expect big blind to defend with a 3x, but of course he's going to continue. Now this is an interesting situation. Player like Morgan, very tricky, quite creative. Very ambitious, but just decides against making a move with the ace 4 and the 6-3-3 board in the big blind position. Decides to check fold straight away. Uncle Otto gets his stack up to 2 million. But moves blinds are posted. 25,000. About 20 minutes left in this 25,000, 50,000 level. Fernando Roca and the button with the ace 4 suited versus an open under the gun from Gitas. Gitas with the ace 9. Fernando on the button. It looks like this is a flat call with the ace 4 suited, and look at Morgan with another ace. Ace 8 suited, and he announces call also. Big blind getting a huge price. Uncle in the big blind with the worst possible start in hand. 7-2 off. 70,000. Getting 7-1. Would you believe that? 7-1 plus. Well, no, 7-7-49. So 7, almost 7-1. Bottom pair for Fernando. Good shot for Morgan with the backdoor diamonds. Gitas, who opened under the gun, has missed. Doesn't have that ace of hearts. Will continue. I think he gets called in 2 spots here. I think Fernando makes the call, 120,000. Well, it looks like. Fernando raised, and that will get rid of Morgan. I think G just gives this up. Ace of hearts could be a factor in him sticking about. Out of position though. What's going to cost him to see the river? Gitas does make the call with the ace-9. King on the turn. Going to see a check back. Wow, yeah, check back from Fernando. Well, it's action. 2 pair for Fernando. Gitas thinks he might have got there, hitting his ace. 1 million in the pot. Fernando with just 575 behind. I think he puts it all in. Does put it all in. He's going to get called. Of course he is. Gitas has to call this. He asks Fernando, have you ace-7? Well, he does have 2 pairs, ace-4. But Gitas can't call that check raise on the flop and then hit his ace and not call it down. Wouldn't make sense. So we're going to see a call from Gitas, the Lithuanian. Asks for an exact count. So Gitas taking his time. He does like to think things through. Well, that's incredible if he folds that. That is quite remarkable. How does he fold that? That's unbelievable. He's read it perfectly. Gitas. I mean, I just always pay my opponent off there. Joseph Gullas Jr. King 6 suited. 90 players in May. 1.6 million average stack. Now, graphic corrected, updated. Paulo de Silva, Portuguese player, 750,000, which is 15 big blinds, ace-6. Makes it 110. I mean, yes, he can fold. Someone comes over the top, but I prefer he either goes with it or doesn't. I prefer a fold or an all-in rip with the ace-6. This is the problem. What the heck? Who folded the king-queen there? Am I imagining things? Jesus. Jack 9 in the big blind. G2 connects, makes top pair. This is the problem for Paulo de Silva. Well, if he was going to enter the pot, if he just let rip with the 15 bigs, he gets rid of both El Jacobi and the G2 in the big blind with the Jack 9. But now, Paulo de Silva with a problem. Good shot for El Jacobi. Makes it 160. G2. Considering his options. Puts in the 160,000. Action with the pre-flop opener. Just has to let this go, the a6. Jack would be an action card. Well, 10 is also an action card because G2 to go along with his pair has the up and down straight draw. Well, Jacobi has turned the absolute nuts. G2 going nowhere. Difficult to put El Jacobi on a straight. Not likely that he would fire with the good shot. So G2 going absolutely nowhere. There's the 175,000 call from G2, who's drawing dead to a chop here. Needs queen only for the chop. One outer doesn't come, and Jacobi looks back down, checks his hand. Won't be overly delighted, stroke concerned with that 3 pair in the board. Going to go for value here. That's 225,000 it looks like. I mean, this is super small, unless that's a... I mean, this is such small sizing. $250,000 into over $1 million pot. Well, it's getting paid, that's for sure. Gitas. Well, he's induced a raise from Gitas, Seljakobi, Hallam. This beautiful sizing, the real small sizing. I guess it was to induce. And that's what happens. He snap calls then when Gitas raised. He turns over the nuts. And that is a massive pot. 2.6 million. Gitas. Put his opponent on a maybe ace-9 type hand, maybe 10-jack, Queen-10, these type of hands. Jacobi of course had the nuts, he's the Queen-jack. Gitas down to 17 big blinds, big hit. Blinds 25,000, 50,000. Jacobi up to 3.7 million. Still chip leader Anthony Mouth. Change of dealer now. Both Morgan and Paulo de Silva sitting on about 12 bigs. So Anthony defending with the 5-4 versus Uncle Otto, who raised the button. Jack deuce deuce flop. Goes check check, and now Anthony goes ahead, connecting with the 4. Anthony Mouth goes behind with that ace on the river. Uncle connects. Now, interesting. That 5 in Anthony's hand. Might go for the check raise there, representing the straight. Not out of the question he could be defending here with 5-3. So 7s for El Jacobi here. Makes it 130,000 on Colato. In the cutoff with the 9-3 suited, he folds. And Gitis, who made such a strong start, has lost all of his profit and more. But now looks down at ace 10 on the button, but I don't think he's going to get to see a flop here. Anthony Mouth with the kings. Small blind, Anthony looks down at king versus an open from El Jacobi and a flat from Gitis. These are the most active players, El Jacobi and Gitis. 3-bet incoming. Looks like 4-2-5 with the kings. El Jacobi with the pocket 7s. Lets it go, and now action with Gitis. This is for 40% of his remaining stack. Gitis, ace 10 on the button. 14.5 bigs behind in a stack. Facing a 3-bet from the chip leader Anthony Mouth. Gitis in the tank. I think he lets this go. Gitis correctly reads the situation once again. Makes the lay down. Button moves. Coming towards the end of this 25,000, 50,000 blind level. Players looking at the clock. Will be a break. Joseph Gallus Jr. in the small blind with suited connectors. He looks over at Evo. Both players with similar stack sizes. Joseph Gallus Jr. with the 8-7 of diamonds. With Evo, very sticky, won't be surrendering. His big blind quite that easy. Jack 7 for Evo. Those continue. So interesting flop here because Evo has flopped the good shot and Joseph has flopped second pair. Big moment here. Joseph Gullis Jr. Race pre. Evo Donev stuck about. Joseph Gullis Jr. continued on the flop 8-4-9 and Evo with the good shot raised Joseph. It's remarkable, isn't it? This is the young lion versus the king of the jungle. So hard to play against this type of player. Fearless. Joseph Gullis moves all the chips in, and Evo might feel he's priced in here, but lets it go. Joseph Gullis Jr. delighted to take down that pot and bring his stack up to 2.1 million. It's the end of level, end of hand, and we're going on a short break. Back in 10 minutes. Do join us then for the rest of this Italian Poker Sport Day 2.
smartwatch, headphones, earphones, mobile phones. Op telefoon? Dan? Dat je bij 40,000, 60,000, 60,000.
Yeah, I can. We start there.
Welcome back. This is the Italian poker sport. First hand at the 30,000, 60,000 blind level. You can see we're down to 84 players. Uncle Otto, 2 million stack. $60,000 to call with the ace 7. Joseph folds now Evo, who's sitting on 13 big blinds. Lost that big pot versus Joseph Gullis just before the break. Blind versus blind.
I know, even for me.
Looks like Evo's just flatted. With the aces, no, he's still to act. Evo in the small blind with ace-ace. Counting up his stack. Couple of options here. Good flat call, but that would price in Paulus de Silva in the big blind. He just lets rip. It's going to be 11 big blinds back to Uncle Otto, who I expect to just fold the a7. Ivo Donev takes down the pot, brings his stack up to 1.1 million, just shy of the 20 big blind mark. Button moves. Dealer just establishing his authority. I love this dealer. He really is top quality. Morgan with the pocket pair. 10 bigs, all going in, I'd imagine. I'm all in, says to the dealer, 605. Puts the money over the line, uncle. Sitting on about average stack, 1.9 million, folds to 9-4. Jeetis. Folds Anthony Mouth. Folds. And Joseph Gullis Jr. with the Queen 10 folds. Evo folds. El Jacobi, the 8-7 and the big blind folds.
Which one you mean? Is the tipping? What is that?
No, but if someone has noticed it,
We changed it.
that's good.
It's just something that
I tried to move it, but it moved.
I have to change it now.
Paulo de Silva, the shortest stack on the table, 8 bigs. Jeetis 12 bigs, Morgan 12 bigs, Evo 17 bigs. All the way up then to the two French players who have all the chips on this table. Anthony Mao with 4.8 million and El Jacobi Hallam 3.5 million. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000. Not sure why the clock is stopped.
No, it's just coming.
Italian Poker Sport Day 2. That's what we're watching. Graphic is showing the chip counts for all the players on this table. Big stack. Anthony Mao. And then a couple of shorties. Morgan 12 bigs, Jeetis 12 bigs, and then Paulo de Silva just 8 big blinds. Just waiting for a change of deck. Here it comes. There it is, should I say. Dealer spreads the deck, verifies it. Make sure it contains all 52 unique cards. We'll do the shovel, riffle, so we're back in business again. Joseph Gullis Jr. Hijack really is so creative, this guy. Full of activity. Joseph Gullis Jr. making it 225,000. Well, 130 is the race size, which makes a lot of sense given the blinds are 30,000, 60,000. El Jacobi with an ace in the small blind, ace 6 offsuit. Just puts in the call in the small blind position, and Fernando Roca getting a massive price with the 9-7 suited. He's also going to complete. This is the pre-flop raiser. Joseph Gulas, King 8, hijack position. Does have the benefit of acting last as the dealer peels out the King high flop. And that'll work. El Jacobi will check, Fernando will check, and Joseph top pair, and he checks back for a disguise. Pot control, 8 of spades. This will earn him money, guarantee you. El Jacobi might go for it, and Fernando may think he's ahead here with this 7, given that it's been checked around, and this check back from Joseph on the flop is going to earn him some money here. Joseph Gulas Jr. $150,000. There's the call, 150. El Jacobi will just get out of the way, and now we're going to go to the river. Fernando Roca. Probably putting Joseph on the draw. Well, spades get there. Queen is a likely card, could be in Joseph's holding, so Fernando, I think, will just shut down here and check. And Joseph with a decision, does he go for value, but he checks back. Sees the 7, and Joseph turns over the king, scoops himself a $750,000 pot. Leaves him on 2.5 million. Average stack is close to the 2 million mark. And here we go, short stack, folded around to another cut-off, makes a move. Now the hand strength is extremely weak. The last thing Paulo wants is action, and he might get it here from Fernando. He's going to ask for the exact raise size. It's going to be 460 to Fernando. Paulo de Silva. I mean, he's just hating life at the moment. Last thing he wants is a call with Jack 5 offsuit. Fernando Roca with the King Queen in the tank here. And the power of the all-in displayed once again. Jack 5. It's the king queen to fold. Morgan in the big blind with the queen 5s, not folds. Paulo de Silva gets his stack up above the 10 bigs. That is Gytis from Lithuania. Explosive start before the break, but the wheels have kind of come off since. Chip leader, very right hand side. That is Anthony. And then on the left hand side of your screen, Uncle. Just 12 big blind stack, he folds and Anthony folds. Joseph Gullis Jr. will be raising with King Queen. Now this is really interesting. Paulo de Silva moves all in with the ace-9 suited. Morgan, who's in the small blind with just 10 bigs, decides to go for it with pocket 7s. That'll certainly get rid of Joseph when it comes back around to him, but first the big blind Uncle with the Jack 10 folds. Obviously if Joseph could see the hands, he'd be in there. So Paulo de Silva didn't like the cold 4-bet, but will be happy when he sees he's alive. It's a 50-50 flip exactly. Ace-9 suited versus the pocket 7s. Cold 4-bet from Morgan Bale with 10 big blinds, holding pocket 7s. Paulo de Silva 3-bet ripped all in with the ace-9 suited, and we're going to go and see a flop 7s versus ace-9 7s. Good so far. Still a lot of dodging to do. No spades on the board. Queen on the turn. Joseph won't like that card, but Morgan holds. 7s hold. Decent pot, 1.5 million. $25 bigs now for Morgan Bale. Paulo de Silva. Similar stack size graphic showing that he's just 5,000 behind, which is like less than 10% of the big blind. So close. Paulo de Silva sits back down, but you get the feeling it won't be for long. Morgan Bale back in business, 25 big blind stack.
attack when I have too many French guys on the table. Big attack. Too many French guys on the table, big attack.
English only. You said it.
I know, but
Italian or
So chip leader here. Anthony with the big slick
some of the dealers we take it in French.
under the gun. Ace king. Paulo all in, as you'd expect. Otto gets out of the way, and Gitis will be folding also the A3 offsuit. So the shortest of short stacks, Paulo de Silva, turns over the Ace8. Anthony will win the profit straight away. So basically, Paulo can win the 60,000 big blind ante, his own 5,000 under the gun, 5k from Anthony, the two 5ks from the blinds, so that equals to 80,000 of the pot size he can win. 25,000 and 50,000 straight away awarded to Anthony, so he's in profit. We're going to see a flop here. It's remarkable, isn't it? Ace board. Anthony and Paulo both with an ace. Now there's a few cards that can chop this. 7, Queen, 8 obviously for the win for Paulo. 9 no good. Paulo de Silva eliminated from the Italian poker sport. Got his money in. Flip situation with the ace-9 suited versus the sevens. The sevens held.
he gets full ante. 5k, full ante, 5-5. He's get the full ante, 60. 5k from the small, 5k from the big.
Dealer just explaining the situation.
Then he's 5 of the flat. No, you just get your phone and you can go downstairs on the bell. No, you can go downstairs.
So the all-in 5k could only win the big blind ante, which was equivalent to 60k, and then the blinds and under the gun raise had to match his 5k. So that's 3 5s 15 plus his own 5 20, 20 and 60 80. Absolutely spot on by the dealer, of course. So professional, these guys, they really are incredibly hardworking and talented. Really is. Super team here, the floor staff, the best in the business, they're top quality. Then that's the service staff, restaurant, waitresses, bar staff, hotel, the receptionists, highest quality. Then you have the transportation team. It really is a well-assembled group of professionals running this resort. This is Ivo Donev with the Ace King. Morgan, 25 big blind stack. You'll feel like that's a monster stack to him, considering he was grinding away and between 8 and 10 bigs. Problem here for Uncle Otto. Ace Queen on the button. Uncle Otto may go with this. Evo with Ace King. Great situation for Evo. Should Uncle put them all in here, which is quite a reasonable expectation. So Uncle just flats with the Ace Queen. Blinds get out of the way. Well, it looks like Uncle 3-bet, pardon me. I'm absolutely... I'm totally confused. I am after misreading the graphics there. I thought Evo opened with the Ace King. Uncle had Ace Queen. Surely Evo didn't fold the Ace King. That's just not... That's not likely at all. I'm not sure what I just witnessed, guys. Maybe you could help me. Uncle Otto in the cutoff with the Ace King. I think there was a mistake there that last hand between Evo and Uncle, but we move forward. Uncle here in the cutoff, Ace King, Ace of Hearts, King of Spades. Small blind gets out of the way. And now Joseph in the big blind. 2.3 million stack with the Jack 4. Joseph Gulas Jr. Jack 4. Well, gonna see 3-bet it looks like from Joseph. It's the problem with these type of super action aggressive players. to make these missteps. Just setting money on fire here. Uncle Otto just loving this action. There's the 3-bet from Joseph. It looks to be over $500,000. Looks to be 525, 520 in fact, and Uncle Otto going nowhere. Ace, King. Just seconds remaining before we hear Uncle Otto announce all in. Average stack close to 2 million, 76 players left in the field. Uncle Otto opened in the cutoff with Ace King, and the super aggressive Joseph Gullas Jr. 3-betting from out of the big blind with the Jack 4 offsuit, and Uncle Otto still in the tank. Joseph just looking to take this down, but there's no chance in my opinion, because you're going to hear Uncle Otto move all in. There is the all-in. Joseph knows he's not going to see a dime of that $500,000 back. Just has to let it go. Made a move, didn't work out. Joseph Gullas Jr. down to 1.8 million, but still close to that average, which is in around the 2 million mark. Uncle Otto taking down a couple of pots in a row. That was quite sizable, brings him up to about 2.7 million. To the right of Uncle there you see Gitas. Sitting on about 10 big blinds. $570, 9 3/4 big blinds. Evo done have 15 bigs. I wonder was that Ace King he folded pre. It's not. I don't think that's reasonable to expect that. Fernando 20 bigs, Morgan 25 bigs, Joseph now 30 bigs, Uncle Otto 44 bigs. Bit of distance between Uncle and Joseph, and this is second in chips. Jacobi Hallam, Frenchman, now Fernando. Pocket pair, 20 big blinds, 75 players left in the field. 75 of 2,992. Look at Morgan Bale with the sixes. Flats, I mean, these small pairs so difficult to play. Problem for flatting here is you're going to induce action quite often. Someone like Gitas or Joseph. Uncle Otto looks like he's going to fold the ace-4. Gitas now with the pocket threes. I mean, this could be a spot for Gitas to move in. Folds the threes, Anthony folds Joseph folds, and now Evo, Donev, big blind, Jack deuce, offsuit. So fives versus sixes. Fernando Roca with the fives, and Morgan, who is Fernando, covered with the sixes. Ace, ace, queen, I think. Fernando, well, he checks. Is this a white flag from Fernando? Morgan going to put out a feeler bet here, see what the story is. 125,000 and a snap fold from Fernando, who you feel could have won this pot if he continued. I think Morgan, let's go with the sixes. Fernando sitting on about 18 big blinds now. Fernando Roca 10-6 suited. Morgan folds. Uncle folds. Now Joseph on the button. Pocket queens. $130,000. Evo will fold the 7-3 of clubs. Evo just sitting on 12.5 bigs. And Jacobi, no interest with the 7-4 offsuit. In fact, he does have interest. He defends with the King-4 offsuit versus the pocket queens, and he hits a pair, so this could be costly for El Jacobi. I think we'll check call. For 1 street. Let's check call the flop. Nine of clubs on the turn. And Jacobi has enough. Joseph Gulas takes down the pot. Brings him back up over the 2 million mark. But he's involved in so much. Joseph. All the action coming from this seat. Well, you would expect on the left hand side of your screen the chip leader Anthony Mount. You would expect him to be taking control of this table, but it really hasn't been the case. He's been very selective when entering pots. Morgan, Queen 6 under the gun. 1.8 million stack, he folds. Uncle Otto. 5-3 off. Now Gitas, who's just sitting on 9.5 big blinds. Jack 8 suited is going to have to make something happen soon. Looks at the clock, but he's not going to do anything, I don't think, with the Jack 8. Chip leader Anthony. Dumps the 6-2 suited. Joseph. Showing more intent than any other player, in my opinion. Very hard working. Get the feeling this guy has big ambitions. Ace 9. Now Evo, King Queen, and we're going to see a clash here. Evo with 12.5 bigs. King Queen on the button versus a cutoff open from the super aggro player Joseph. Well, I'd be absolutely amazed if Evo 3 bets and leaves some blinds behind in a stack. You would imagine it's all in or fold. Good flat, I suppose, in position. I think it all goes in. It's 415,000. About 60% of his stack showing total commitment. Joseph looking down to see what else is behind in the stack. El Jacobi. Always in the blinds when Joseph is in late position. So action back now with Joseph, who just folds the Ace 9. Ivo Donev takes down a pot. Quite a significant pot from Ivo's point of view. Brings him from 12 to 17 bigs. Massive difference. Mine's 30,000, 60,000, and we still have another 5 minutes or so at this blind level. About 70 players left in the field. This is the Italian Poker Sport Day 2. have it 72 players, average stack 2 million. Anthony has folded to King 7. This is Joseph once again opening.
6 raise 130.
Joseph Gulas. $2 million stack pocket fives. Evo with the King Jack looks around. 17 bigs. King Jack off. I think this goes into the bin. Jacoby and the button folds, and now just the blinds. Fernando down under $1 million. Morgan folds is the big blind, the Jack 6. Joseph. Takes it down. So now Anthony comes out to play with the Queen 9 suited. Evo will be folding the King 3 of clubs, and now action moving around to El Jacobi Hallam, who looks down at Ace King, and we're going to see a 3-betting coming here from the Frenchman, who will play back at his fellow countryman who opened with the Queen 9 suited. These are the two big stacks at the table. There's 350,000 3-bet with the Ace King. Fold it right around to Uncle in the big blind position. He looks down at Jack 10 of clubs. Would love to see a flop, but two big stacks are at war here. Doesn't want to get caught in between. He's going to let it go, and action moves back to Anthony, facing a 3-bet with the Queen 9 suited. He lets it go, flicks the chips over to El Jacobi Hallam. And the new player is Salvatore, straight in front of you, the Italian. Sits down with a couple of million. Now, problems for Gitis. 9 bigs, posting 2 blind, 7.5 bigs behind. going to have less if the blinds are up to 80k, which I believe they are. They are 40,000, 80,000. Average stack just over 2 million.
5-4.
$175,000 with the king 9 suited. Salvatore 2.5 million stack. Looks down at ace queen. Well, I mean, this, if he was around for a while and had a bit of local knowledge, he would certainly be 3-betting Joseph with ace queen. But he's just coming cold. Hasn't seen how this table has been playing. But it looks like he is going to 3-bet.
525.
Looks like 425. Well, it's 525. Now, Jacobi pocket eights, but too much action. These eights will go into the dustbin, and action will move around to the Portuguese player who's fairly short. He's just sitting on 11 bigs. This is Morgan. Ace 10, 1.7 million. Again, I think there's just way too much action. Too much interest already in the pot. I think the ace 10 can easily just go into the dustbin. Jesus, just 410,000 behind. Joseph folds, Salvatore sits down. First hand he gets ace queen. 3 bets, takes it down. Brings his stack up to about 2.8 million. Gitas in real bad shape. He's less than 5 bigs behind. That's Gitas there in the centre of your screen. And Jacobi. Gonna get a street of value here, I think. Well, what am I talking about? Anthony's turned 2 pair.
5 bet to 50, 9 call.
Chip leader. Over 5 million, 5.2 million.
So can you put the electronic devices on the table?
As such.
Definitely. Yeah. I've put on your pocket. Just put in your pocket, not on the table.
Small pair for Evo under the gun. Menace, I hate these situations. Short stack, small pair, I just let them go, to be honest. Way too much action to get through. Too many players to still to act. Evo does fold a small pair, Jacobi with the 10-8 suited.
9 raise, 250.
He's gonna make it 250. Okay. Sizing here is quite large. Folded around to uncle in the cutoff. And Jesus, look at this, 370. Four and a half bigs for Jesus. Folded around to Joseph in the big blind. 10-6, he is suited, but the sizing is so big that he's just not interested. Salvatore under the gun with the 4-deuce offsuit. I think G2 has to go for this. I'd be really surprised if he folds this and cut off the King 9 when folded around, and he does fold. Well, he just may not get a better chance. And even if he does, the players are going to be compelled to call. Shove is going to be so minimal. They can just call. It doesn't matter if they lose. It's not going to affect them. Joseph, small blind, ace 8. Blind max pressure. These guys have been battling 11 bigs. Evo with the 9-7 offsuit. It's going to go into the dustbin. Joseph brings his stack up over 2 million. Evo done 11 bigs. Going to post a small blind. He's going to have about 10.5 big blinds behind. Salvatore will be posting the big blind, and Jacobi Hallam will be under the gun. Now Morgan looks down at ace king. And the raise sizing seems quite large. 210,000. Evo on the small blind will be folding, and Salvatore Di Martino not interested with the Queen 7. So action here, Uncle Otto. Under the gun plus 2 makes it 180k with blinds at 40,000, 80,000 with the Queen Jack suited. Joseph in the cutoff with pocket nines. So Joseph's just flattered here with nines, and that's given the big blind a big price with king deuce suited. Jacobi Hallam in the big blind with king two of diamonds is called, but look at this. This is the dream situation really for Joseph. Flops is set. Uncle Otto top pair with the backdoor straight, backdoor hearts. And Jacobi Hallam has completely missed. We're going to see quite a sizable pot here, I think. $240,000 continuation bet from Uncle Otto. Joseph just smooth calls. Jacobi gets out of the way. This is a massive pot, 1.1 million uncle with just a 2x pot size bet left behind in a stack. Obviously going to be concerned about his kicker. Three on the turn, such a safe card for Joseph. We'll just smooth call once again if uncle continues again on the turn. You see Uncle Otto just shut down though, given the strength of his kicker. Not reasonable to be thinking he's up against kings, aces, queens. Good here so often, but his jack kicker will be a source of concern, but he's going to continue again on the turn. This is great news for Joseph. He has a decision. Does he continue just a smooth call? Or does he now announce himself? 375. Joseph Gullis Jr. flap to set. $75. Makes the call, looks around as if he's not interested, but believe me, he's firmly focused. Another safe card. 5 of hearts on the river. Uncle Otto. Surely now he checks. There is the check. King Queen is a real source of concern. Even Ace Queen. These are two hands uncle is concerned with, but he's blocking both them hands with the Queen in his own holdings. Set. Always possible, and that's exactly the situation. Joseph. Set of nines. Sizing. How big does he go? That's the question. Doesn't want to scare his opponent off. He doesn't want to miss out in value. Looks to be about 800k. Well, it's more. Looks like it's 1 million even. Joseph. $1.1 million. Uncle Otto. What's he beating? Queen 10. Would Queen 10 go for value here? Well, 10 Jack is a hand, he's blocking that though. This is tough. Uncle Otto. Trying to figure out what hands he's beating. Big moment. Joseph Gullis Jr. is going to win a big pot regardless. He's going to be sitting on over 3 million. Well, Uncle Otto puts in a chip to indicate a call. Joseph shows the set. Uncle takes a massive hit. This is a huge pot. Joseph's going to be sitting on 4.2 million. Second in chips, he's well deserving of his big stack, this young man. He showed a lot of quality. He's got several attributes consistent with being a successful tournament player. He's got aggression, creativity, not afraid to go for it. And I mean, you feel this guy, the bigger the stack gets, the more he's going to hammer crush this table. And you can see Evo, he doesn't want this young fellow with chips, that's for sure. Not a great situation. Very strong play from Joseph Gullis Jr. His dad, I believe, came fourth here in that 3K WPT event for 90,000. Morgan under the gun now. The gentleman in seat 1 posting big blind ante. He's got serious problems ahead because his chip stack is dwindling. He's got to do something. Morgan here, King Queen, under the gun, 1.9 million. Makes it 200k it looks like. With King Queen, Uncle. Well, I think he lets rip, I think, with the sixes. 8 big blinds. Going to be posting 20% of his stack blind in a couple of hands. Looks at the clock. I think this is an all-in. No, he's going to wait for a better opportunity. Gitas, I mean, it's desperate times for Gitas also. He folds. And now the boss. He folds. Even the cutoff gets out of the way, and this is Salvatore and the button. The Italian looks down at 4-3. Jacobi, Hallam. 10 deuce suited. And Fernando can't do anything with 7-3 offsuit. Leaves himself with 10 bigs behind. Button moves, and let's see how this progresses. Gitas, 370,000. You can't do anything with 6-3. 4.5 bigs. Button's moving around. Joseph. Let's go, and Evo folds. This is Salvatore in the cutoff with a suited king. He might open here, Salvatore. 2.5 million stack. No. Well, I would be, once the big stacks like Anthony and the aggressive young Joseph folds. I'm opening with a suited king in the cutoff. Salvatore decides against it. It won't take much for a Jacobi to open. That's for sure. Opportunities are few and far between. And the button open there with the Jack 3 offsuit gets the job done. Ivo wins a few precious blinds. Now, Ivo. Bo's action moves over to the Italian. Morgan. On the button with the 8-6 suited. And two shorties. G just has to go with this, King 7. Has to, absolutely no choice. Morgan's not going to be happy, but he's going to see he's live, 41% with the 8-6 suited. G just in the big blind, just forced to call really. Ace-9, Queen, King High still good. 4 on the turn. G-Tus on course for a 700k pot. Puts the water bottle back down. And survives. King High plays. Wins a 700,000 pot, which is equivalent to about 8.5 bigs. That'll help. I'm going to post a small blind, leaving with 8 big blinds behind. Uncle. 5.5 bigs behind. And you can see the 4 players on the table are 12 bigs and below. Evo 12 bigs, Fernando 9 bigs. G-Tus, you just seen double up. 8.5 bigs, and Uncle with 5.5 bigs. Anthony still up top there at 5.1 million. Joseph in second place, who's really been the star of this table in my opinion. Joseph Goulas, who you see here under the gun, and look at this great situation for the action player to pick up a premium very often. Your opponents won't give you credit for a monster hand. Joseph Goulas Jr. 4.2 million, and he makes a 125 raise. Well, it has to be more. The big blind is 80, so it's 175. Folded around to the short stack, Fernando Rocca. Jack 9, he folds, snap fold for Morgan, and now in the button position is Uncle Otto with 5 high. Titus with 7-3. It's not looking good for Joseph. Well, perhaps Anthony Mout will give him action here. Big blind, he puts in the additional 95. 100k chip, takes back 5. We're going to see a flop in 10 for the big stack. In big blind position with the king 10 suited, and the under the gun razor is second in chips. Well, it's action city. This is going to be a massive pot. Absolutely massive. Anthony going nowhere here with the flush draw. Joseph with the pair of aces. Now Anthony checks. Joseph continues for 185 with the aces. Anthony makes the call. This is the top stack versus the second biggest stack on the table. See the field size, 65 players. Average stack 2.3 million. Ace of spades would be some card. 8. May slow Joseph down. Does check back. It's alright for Anthony getting a free card. And that is dangerous for Anthony. I think he's going to pay off an incoming value bet from Joseph. Anthony with 2 pair. Joseph will go for value for sure here. Hand just way too strong to check back. Given that Anthony's check turn, he's going to go for about 500k value size bet here. $5-6-5 to take the chip lead. Joseph Goulas Jr. Action with Anthony. Snapping this off of my Anthony. Given who my opponent is, I don't even think about it. Chip goes in, okay, you have it. Well done. Nice and slow. Turns the cards over. I think it's pretty much the max, I think, for Joseph, who flips stats with Anthony, and he now is top of the chip count chart. The biggest stack. He has come to the top of the food chain. The young man from the Czech Republic. 5.2 million double average. Big hit for Anthony, but still sitting with a ton of blinds. Joseph flicking in the big blind ante in the big blind. And Evo Donovan under the gun. Going to be a late night, it looks like. I'm going to be going for another couple hours. Jacobi, Hallam, King 9 suited. makes it 200k. Uncle Otto suited ace, 440,000. Massive pot against Joseph. Joseph flopped a set, he flopped top pair, Uncle. He lost 3/4 of a stack. Folds the suited ace. Jesus. Ace 5 of clubs. This, I think, is it for Jesus. The money goes in. 3-bet all in. And El Jacobi will be priced into call. Gonna hate it, El Jacobi, if he does get shoved on by an 8 big blind stack, because Mats will be too strong. He folds the suited ace. Now, limp. Sorry, 200,000 was the raise size from El Jacobi. And Anthony, the pocket nines, puts in the 200k. Joseph getting a big price with King 9 suited, he's going to be putting in. Sorry, Joseph with Queen 10. El Jacobi with the King 9 suited. And Ant with the pocket 9. So 3-way. It missed the 9s in the lead. Anthony with the 9s first to speak. He checks, and so you check from Joseph, a check back from El Jacobi, and the dealer turns the 7 of spades. That gives El Jacobi the potential flush. It's checked around once again. And now we see a delayed continuation bet, which I guess will be called. I think Anthony gotta expect his opponent, the pre-flop raiser, to fire when checked to him on flop and turn. I'm just not understanding that, I'll be honest. What does he put him on? 10s exactly? It's the only hand that plays like this that's beating him. Now, Joseph. Absolutely none of this. No pair, no draw. Now Jacobi gets the job done. Took a little while, but he did get there on the turn. Put in a delayed continuation bet when he produced spade draw. So, this blind level 40,000, 80,000 coming to an end. I think we're going to take a quick break.
Service.
Sub 10 big blind stack. King 10. Here it goes. Fernando Roca moves all in with the King 10. Small blind folds. Ace 5, big blind. Evo looks like he's interested. Evo with the pocket nines. So 9s versus King 10. all the money in. Evo with 955k and Fernando, who is covered by Evo stack with 765. So a flip pretty much for both their lives here. Well, 10 on the flop. Fernando connects, goes ahead, and there's a 9 folded. So just 1 9 left in the deck for Evo, who will be absolutely decimated if he misses his 1-outer. King 10 with the double. Evo expressionless, stoic. Pays his opponent. Evo just left with 2 big blinds. Uncle 5, 5.5 bigs. Gitas 8 bigs. Top of the food chain, Joseph Gullis Jr. Anthony up there with 3.9 million. Jacobi with 3.4 million. Salvatore Di Martino, pretty much the same stack size as he came to the table with 2 or 2.5 million. Fernando just got a double, brings him to 20 bigs. Morgan, pretty much the same stack, 1.6 million, 20 big blinds, 1 blind at 40-80. Jacobi under the gun with the ace-10 offsuit. Evo all in with the king-queen suited. Salvatore folds. Jacobi is asking for a count, but he's automatically snapping here. There's no chance he's not calling. $15,000 more to call. Of course he's calling. King Queen suited versus Ace 10. Evo all in for his tournament life. Needs to hit Evo. Jacobi ace high is in the lead. You can see the other players taking a break. 8-8-6. Queen, well that's good for Evo. Ace and ace only. King, bigger 2 pair for Evo. Doubles, brings him up to 540. Bit of life, bit of hope. We're going to take a break and be back in about 10 minutes or so. Welcome back. This is the Italian poker sport. This is day 2. It's late in day 2. It's coming up to 3 a.m. here in the resort. To the right of your screen you can see Ivo Donev. Just taking a seat. Lost a big flip. 9s versus King 10. King 10 belonged to the gentleman you see on the left hand side with the red top beside the dealer there. That is Fernando Roca, the Portuguese player. Now, last to be seated is the big stack on the table. That is Joseph Gallus Jr. Fernando in seat 1 got a double against Ivo, and then Morgan straight in front of us. He'll be under the gun +1. Blinds increase now. I believe it's 50,000, 100,000. Graphic will be displayed shortly. Indeed it is 50, 100. Average stack 2.3 million, just 23 bigs. So we're going to see a little bit of carnage in this level, I expect. Cheetus with 6.5 bigs. This is Anthony in the hijack with ace-9. Folds the ace-9, I'm surprised, but Joseph won't be folding the king-queen suited. Joseph Gulas Jr. Makes it 210,000 with the king-queen suited. Salvatore folds and El Jacobi will look down at Jack Deuce offsuit. I think this is one of the hands he will not continue with. Pretty stubborn in his blind, this guy El Jacobi. Has put in a very decent performance, but Jack 2 offsuit. Even though he knows that Joseph added quite a lot, he's not going to continue. So Anthony raises with ace-10, he makes it 210,000. Ivo folds in the cutoff, but Salvatore Di Martino will be continuing, you expect, with the pocket 9s in the button. The only hand Salvatore has played was a 3-bet against Anthony. And he's going to come in with a 3-bet once again, 625,000. Fold it right around to Cheetus He lets it go also, so now action back on Anthony. And he folds the ace-10. Leaves himself with 37 big blinds, still above average stack, but Anthony, you would expect it to kick on with his big stack earlier, but hasn't really happened for him. Salvatore up to 27 bigs, averages about 2.5 million. On Kilato, 440,000, 4.5 bigs. Evo 5.5 bigs. Gita 6.5 bigs. I mean, this is nail biting stuff for all these three players. Then you have Fernando on 14 bigs, and you have Morgan here in the big blind on 15 bigs. On Colato, all in with the King 7. Joseph folds the 5-3, and now Evo, Ace Deuce, not interested, he folds. Salvatore in the cutoff folds. Morgan asks for an exact count. We'll do the mathematics. 340 to call, 3.5 bigs. Queen 9. It's close, but I think got to make this call. Tough. Wow, folds. Too big a percentage of his hand, of his stack. Otto gets one through. Just bear with me, guys. Sound seems to have been lost momentarily. So, under the gun G to 6.5 bigs. And now Joseph with the ace 8. Joseph with ace 8 makes it 210,000. Blinds are 50, 100. So ace queen, Morgan. 3-bet all in with the ace queen. 1.4 million shove. 12 bigs back to Joseph. Does let go the ace 8. Morgan takes one down, brings the stack up to 18 big blinds, 1.8 million. This is the Italian poker sport. It's day 2. This event attracted almost 3,000 entries. What a remarkable turnout. It really is a fantastic event in the poker calendar. Always attracts massive numbers. For just a 250 buy-in, there is a €500,000 guaranteed. Also still running in the resort is the IPS High Roller. Sold out, 85k in the prize pool, 20k up top. All the players in the money there. Evo all in 5.5 bigs. Jesus. Folds the king 3. Now what a comeback this would be. Evo sitting on 8 big blinds. It looks to be a little more actually. About 10 bigs in that stack for Evo Donov. Well, perhaps not. About 8 big blinds. 800k there for Evo. Joseph with the suited ace. 210,000 and it's folded right around to Morgan in the cutoff, who folds another short stack. Until Otto looks down at aces on the button. I think he just puts it in. He's getting called. From Joseph. Joseph has to call him anyway, so don't think he's gonna mess around. He's in the 4.5 bigs. As expected, Joseph compelled to call with the ace-9 of diamonds, just 5% equity with a suited ace. Well, I mean, he increases his equity up to 8% and now up to 13%. It's getting better all the time. Any diamond or any 9 for Joseph to put a real bad beat on Uncle. 3 of spades. Uncle survives. Doubles through the big stack. Joseph Goulas Jr. takes a hit, but it's not going to hurt him that much. Earned his money, Uncle Otto. Joseph flopped the trip draw. Turned the flush draw to go along with the trip draw. Missed everything. Uncle Otto gets his double. Evo Donoff, 10-5 of spades under the gun, 8 big blinds. You can see the field size down to 57, 2.6 million average stack. Blinds 50,000, 100,000. Still have 30 minutes or so in this level, each level 50 minutes, and then we move to a 60-minute clock on day 3, final day tomorrow, or should I say later on today. Upping prize pool, 100k up top, plus that World Series of Poker Europe, which is edging closer. Massive festival starting next month, the 19th of November. So blind v blind. Both players with king high. Now Anthony makes a pair. Joseph checks back, drawing dead, makes a pair himself. And Anthony will be coming in here with a value bet for sure. And in all likelihood will get paid off depending on the sizing. 225,000 it looks like, into a 300k pot. Well, it's actually smaller, it's 130,000. Action on Joseph Goulas Jr. Chip leader on the table, 4.3 million. Average stack around 2.5. But 57 players remain. Late in day 3, we had almost 3,000 entries for this main event Italian poker sport, which was 220 plus 30, 250 buy-in. This gentleman, Joseph Gulas Jr., relentless. Anthony turned a pair, checked it. Joseph checked back, 8 on the river. Now the straight gets there. 9-10. That's what's going through Anthony's mind. He could have made some kind of funky 2 pair on the river. 8-3, 8-7. Anthony has under-repped his hand a little. But this is difficult. It really is. Sizable raise here from Joseph Gulas Jr. Anthony folding the best hand. Joseph wins a very sizable pot. Brings his stack close to 5 million. Now, Anthony on the button with the ace-queen. But first in the cutoff is Egitus, who folds, and now Anthony will open. 3.3 million, 33 bigs. $210 on the button open. Evo, Donev, Queen 8, big blind. He's 200 invested. 100 in the big blind, 100 in the middle for the ante. Less than six bigs behind for Evo Donev. Looks down at Queen 8. Counts his stack, does the mathematics, tries to come up with the best way forward. Not many options, and that's the truth. You're sitting with just 6 blinds behind. Lets it go. Avoids trouble Anthony takes down the pot. He's sitting on 3.5 million. Evo now just 6 bigs. Well, he's going to have 5.5 bigs behind. Salvador posting big blind. Under the gun will be El Jacobi. Fernando with the ace jack. 14 bigs. Makes it 225. Morgan folds. Uncle Otto with 11 bigs with the 9-6 suited. That'll go in the bin. And Gitas with just 4 big blinds. Queen 9 suited. So the top players, top finishers should I say, for this IPS event will be awarded that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. That festival kicks off on Friday, November 19th. The opener is a 300,000 guaranteed event. Main event itself kicks off on Friday the 3rd of December, day 1A. That holds a 5 million guarantee, 90-minute clock, 100k starting stack. Now, chip leader here, Joseph Gulas Jr., Ace, Queen. Something tells me you're going to see this guy playing the World Series of Poker Europe main event. I wouldn't bet against it, I tell you that. It's a 200,000, 210,000 raise in the cutoff. Evo with just 5.5 bigs behind on the button. Will be very tempted to pull the trigger here versus a cut-off open from the chip leader, who's super aggressive. This is close. Does have the button though, so he's gonna get several more hands before he's forced to play. That's the reason why he's folding, and now the blinds. Small blind folds, and now in the big blind. Well, Jacobi with the 9-7 of hearts. Well, Jacobi hits the flop, top pair. Bets it out. Joseph Gulas Jr. with the ace queen 2 over cards. Hey, let this go, you know. Joseph getting sticky. Turn goes check, check. 4 in the river. I think this goes check, check also. Joseph shows ace high, but El Jacobi will show 9s and 4s, takes down the pot. 990k, brings him up to 3.4 million. El Jacobi. Morgan under the gun folds, under the gun +1. This is one of several short stacks on the table. Well, actually, Otto has increased his stack. Unbelievable. Gee, that's just 4 bigs still hanging in there. Anthony with the jack 4. He does fold Joseph with 9s. 4.3 million. Chip leader on this table. 210,000 open. Eva folds and Salvatore with the jack deuce folds. This is El Jacobi Hallam with the kings. Trouble ahead for Joseph Gulas Jr. El Jacobi going for the 100Ks. Going to see a 3-bet. Looks to be 600K. Oh boy. Big blind. 15 bigs. Open from the chip leader. He's not going to be too concerned about that, Fernando. It's this 3-bet from El Jacobi. And now a 4-bet. Cold all in. Now that's good news for Joseph, who escapes pretty much unscathed here with the 9s, and he's going to be delighted to see the situation. El Jacobi had the kings, and he could have gone into trouble there. Kings versus 10s, Fernando Roca. Cold 4-bet with 15 bigs with the 10s. Snap from El Jacobi with the kings. 9s from the chip leader, get out of the way, and look at that. 9 high board. You can see Joseph. Look a bit distraught. What can he do? Folded the weakest hand. Read it correctly. Can't go to war against a 3.5 million stack there. Just can't. He's closing the action there. Maybe he can call off 15 bigs with the 9s. And Jacobi wins a huge pot. End of tournament for the Portuguese player. Put in a decent performance, Fernando Roca, but he ran into it there. Joseph just thinking, oh boy, what if he just flatted with the 10s? He would have come in with the 9s. He would have got a Jacobi stack. He would have got both stacks. So another casualty, another player down. We're getting closer to the end of day 2 here. 50,000, 100,000 is the blind level. Another 10 minutes or so left in this level, and then we play one final level of the night. It'll bring us up to 4:30. Long day for these guys. Then back tomorrow 2 o'clock. Now, Gitas has to put his chips in. Compulsory shove. Does have the ace 10. Anthony is going to fold the ace 3. Too early position to get caught up. Might get squeezed out by one of these players to act after him. Salvatore 10-5. And Jacobi will be folding on the button. Sitting on 5.3, the new chip leader, El Jacobi. Now interesting, just 3 bigs to call with the 9-7, but it's a huge proportion of a stack, 30%. So I think you're going to see Uncle Otter fold here. And again, Gitas still alive, 6.5 bigs. Going to have to post 2 of these blind. Gitas 5-3. So weak. But he's so much invested. 30% of his stack invested here. It's painful. But he's just going to let it go, I think. And now El Jacobi Harlem in control here, 5.5 million stack. Odd players left. Average stack about 2.7 million. Joseph under the gun. 4 million stack. Well, 48 remain. 3.1 million is the average. Ryan still 50,000, 100,000. Now, Morgan. All in the cutoff, ace 10 suited, 15 bigs, folds on the button. Gitas will be snap folding the king deuce, and Anthony folds also. So Salvatore Di Martino, I guess, just lets the ace 9 go. Not much you can do here.
Tu viens celui-là, c'est 5 minutes fort. Mais avec les dames, t'as pas envie d'être payé. Hein?
Salvatore has folded and El Jacobi now folds. Morgan folds. On kill Otto, 9 big blinds. This level about to expire, so blinds are going to increase in the next couple of hands. This might be a shove situation from Uncle Otto. No, he decides he'll wait for another opportunity, but Gitas has to put the sixes in, has to put all his money in with the sixes. Anthony with an ace here. 3.5 bigs, decides to fold. Joseph calls with the Queen 7. Incredible that he's recognised the situation for what it is, and he's in good shape. You can see the graphics showing that the Queen 7 55% favoured over the sixes. This is all based on cards folded. Gitas in a flip for his tournament life, and that's not good. Queen high flop, that's brutal. And you can see there's no sixes left in the deck, so needs runner. It's over 100% for Joseph. They wait around to see, but they don't know the sixes were folded. Joseph Goulas Jr. eliminates Gitas, gets it in with sixes, but the stack shove was just so small. I mean, it was basically 4 big blind shove. Joseph has posted big blind, called for the additional 3 bigs, and turned out he was in okay shape. He was in a flip. It's Queen on the flop. Player Busto still playing the 50,000, 100,000 level. A couple of minutes left on this level. Joseph with the jacks in the small blind.
6 raise 225.
Puts in a min raise. Evo 7-2 suited. 125,000 to call. And Evo puts the money in. Less than a pot-sized bet behind for Evo Donev. If he hits any of this, he's putting his money in. Well, he's missed. Joseph with the jacks. He might check this, Joseph.
6 check. 7 check.
Evo checks back. 5 in the turn gives Evo a wheel draw. 4 for a straight. His 7's no good. His deuce is no good. 4 and 4 only. Joseph won't be giving him a free card though. I expect Joseph now to put in a delayed continuation bet. Now he checks again. Evo should be checking back. Does check back. 4 ball, doesn't happen. 9 on the river. Joseph trying to get more money out of Evo. Now, were Joseph to check again? No. He comes out now on the river betting 250. Evo folds, leaves himself with 4 big blinds. In fact, that's less. Blinds are gone up now to 120,000. So he's just 3.5 big blinds. Ivo Donev. Last level of the night. Blinds have increased to 60,000, 120,000. No one wants to get knocked out. 100,000 plus up top. Or Jacobi. Chip leader here, opening under the gun with the Queen 8. Morgan. Pocket 4s. El Jacobi takes down the pot, under the gun open with the Queen. 8 offsuit. 46 remain, 3.2 million average stack. This is Uncle Otto. Just 7 bigs. Anthony folds Joseph in the cutoff, 7-3 suited. Looks at the button, looks at the blinds. Too much money out there to ignore. He's going to go for it. 7-3 suited. And then changes his mind. He picked up a read of Evo. Evo's moved in with 8, but unfortunately El Jacobi Hallam will be snapping this. Turns over jacks. Evo with the 8s, all in for his tournament life. 3 big blind call. Well, it was less, it was 3 big blinds in total for Evo Donev. 2 big blinds for El Jacobi to call, but he picked up the jacks. 10, 5, 7, 2 diamonds. Running diamonds. Backdoor straight. Or an 8. 8 and 8 only for Evo to survive. El Jacobi Hallam standing up, overseeing proceedings. End the tournament for Evo. Another deep run for the stalwart of live poker. He's been around for many years. So we're in the last level of the night. There's approximately 40 minutes left. This new level just started. 60, 120, 50-minute levels, so about 40, 45 minutes thereabouts. 45 players still in the mix. Jacobi opens on the buttons. Looks like a small blind rip from Morgan, the player, new player in seat 1, and wow, look at this. This is a big stack. In Gita's seat. Morgan lets rip there. 1.7 million gets a stack up to 2.2. About 18 and a half bigs. 44 left, 3.4 million average stack. $6 million stack by Jacobi, and 2.8 million for Jean Balance. Cut off ace jack. I think we're going to see Jean open here. Looks down to the stack and does go for chips. Looks like 250. Button here. Morgan, Queen 8. Expect him just to fold. Now, Uncle Otto. Five bigs. Jean Balance moves in. Look at that for a stack. The big blind, the new player, 7.5 million stack. Double the average. That'll change the dynamics here on the feature table. 42 remain, 3.5 million is the average. Jean Balance ace jack versus Uncle Otto. Uncle Otto all in for his tournament life. 1.5 million pot. Both miss. Ace jack in the lead. Uncle needs to hit. Three on the turn. And he does hit. Uncle will get a double. Jean Balance just arrives, gets it in with the ace jack. Uncle Otto. King 10 hits his 10. Still surviving. Up to about 12 bigs now. About 1.4 million, 1.5 million. And thank you, dealer, says Uncle Otto. See that stack in the small blind now on the right of your screen? That's the big stack on the table. It's now on the left of the screen. Back 3 decent stacks in a row, but I can't believe what's happened to Anthony. Anthony Mott. He's under average stack now. Joseph sitting on 5.1 million. Salvatore Di Martino just 2 million. Average is 3.5 million. El Jacobi second in chips. King 7. Morgan with the 7-3 folds. Uncle Otto on the button folds. This is Dennis Becker. Dennis with 7.5 million. Small blind 7 deuce suited. Anthony sitting on 3 million. Dennis Becker had a very deep run in the German poker days just a couple of weeks ago, 27th in that main event. Won a Dutch Classic side event here last year. So 6 million stack for El Jacobi. He's been really super, this guy. Super solid. Very strong. Has stood up to Joseph numerous times. 6 million stack. This is Jean Balance, 2.2 million. Average is about 3.6. Blinds are 60,000, 120,000. Sean with the small pair. Going to open here. Well, decides against, he folds now. Morgan with the Jack 9. Same stack size exactly as Jean. Dennis, the chip leader, limping on the button with the fours. Okay. Guess these are two stacks that can really damage him. Anthony with 9-3 offsuit in the small blind, he just lets that go. Joseph Gullis with Queen 6 offsuit. This is the problem I have with the limp. Is like all these type of trash hands just fold. But now with this limp from Dennis, with the fours on the button, he's given Joseph a free flop with 2 overs. Well, this is the other reason I don't like the limp. You could get a super aggro player like Joseph to exploit that limp, put in a big raise, and I mean that's just, it's just too passive from the chip leader Dennis Becker. He's the one that should be applying pressure to Joseph. Button raise there. Just eradicates all that. Joseph having a bit of a laugh with Morgan about something. Not quite clear what it is. That's Salvatore, the Italian, on the left hand side of the screen. He's playing, well, I think he's down to 1.8 million. El Jacobi, very steady under the gun here. Blind 60,000, 120,000. $41 remain, 3.6 million average stack. Coming towards the end of day 2. I mean, you can see the score on the board there, top right. 2,992 entries, just 41 remain. Jean with the 9-6 folds, and this is Morgan. 2.2 million stack. On Colato, 9-7 offsuit folds, and Anthony on the button should be opening here with the suited Queen Jack. His hand has been his favourite of the tournament today. He's won some monster pots with it, and of course he's going to raise in the button, and right he should. Joseph folds the King 7, but Salvatore Di Martino, 1.8 million behind, is going to be putting a stack in here, I think, with the Ace-King suited. Anthony asking for the exact amount. It's pretty much all a stack. Has left the low value chips behind, but it's a 1.7 million raise from a 1.9 million stack, so it's a 1.9 million bet effectively. That's what it's going to cost Anthony, because regardless of what happens pre-flop, all the money is certainly going in. Post-flop, dealer counts it out. Don't think Anthony can continue.
950. 1,950,000.
So we're looking at Anthony in the tank here, trying to make a decision. I think he just lets this go. It's a huge proportion of a stack. Queen high. Suited, connected, but you don't want to be putting in 15 bigs with Queen Jack. Now, Jean Balance under the gun. Ace King. 41 players left in the mix here. We're coming towards the end of day 2. So we're just waiting for Jean Balance under the gun. These players have been through a long grind for the last few days, particularly long day today, 12 plus hours of play. So everyone's kind of tired and tetchy. And Jean pulls the trigger with the ace-10. Oh boy, Morgan reships with the 10s. Doesn't take him long to make his decision. I'm tempted. If I'm on Coloto, I'll be honest with you, but I think just a little bit too much action. 12 big blinds. Jean Balance all in, Morgan all in. Folded around to El Jacobi, and it looks like pretty much a straight race here. Well, 10s with the slight advantage obviously, because the ace king has to hit. Morgan Bale, pocket 10s, Jean Balance with the ace king, and look at the stack sizes, almost identical. French players have having a bit of a chat. Jean Balance, also from France. 6 of diamonds, no diamond in anyone's holdings. Ace or king. Oh boy, it's a picture, but it's not the one Jean wanted to see. That's a big flip. Morgan right back in it. Gotta win these flips. And it looks like Morgan does have them covered. Just about. Dealer awards him the pot. Brings him up to 4.5 million. 4.6 million in fact. Which is well above average, which at the moment is about 3.7 with 40 players left.
Thank you, my friend. You take that win.
31 bigs, average stack.
The bottle. The bottle for you. Champagne. Give a bottle of bubbly.
Morgan buzzing. Tens hold, wins the flip. You gotta do, how's your luck? That's the question in these tournaments.
Can I have please Red Bull with ice, please?
Chip leader on the table.
Water with a glass.
Then is a Becker.
Red Bull with ice, please.
Now under the gun, the Queen 9 on kill Otto. 1.5 million stack.
No problem for you. I win, I take your.
Dennis Becker folds Anthony. 2.7 million. Incredible. Former massive stack. Now Joseph in the cutoff. Ace 3, good enough to open here for Joseph. Makes it 255 it looks like, with the ace 3, and on the button the jack 4 folds and pocket 2s for El Jacobi. He's going to 3-bet Joseph. 700k. Morgan folds the 8 of 4 suited now. Joseph will look back and fold the S3, I'm sure. Looks around. Drink of water. Two big stacks here. It's notable we're not getting many hands in. This is a feature, a result more like, of a very long day's play. Players just a little bit slower to react, do calculations, they're second guessing themselves. It's like thinking through things. It's taking a little bit longer. Now this is interesting. Hello. Are we going to see 4-bet here? Oh boy, this guy is just absolutely relentless. Gonna have to make it about 1.8 million, I think. Looks like 1.6. Big price for El Jacobi. 900,000. Joseph Gulas 4-betting here with the ace-3. Guess he's thinking he can 4-bet fold if El Jacobi comes over the top. El Jacobi going through the options. That certainly is one of them. He just put his opponent on ace queen suited, ace king. Just pretty much the side that's what he's up against. He's probably eliminating all the small pairs. So he's thinking tens plus ace queen suited, ace king. These are the combination of hands that would 4-bet him. How do twos play against these kind of combinations? That's the question. Not very well is the answer. Jacobi folds the deuces, and a little smirk there from Joseph, who comes to the top once again. Well, we do have Dennis Becker sitting on about 7 million, but this guy is the star of the show. 6.2 million for Joseph Gulas. Blind 60,000, 120,000. So, Uncle, 10 bigs behind, 9 deuce suited versus the raise from the player under the gun +1, which is Anthony. So dealer just announcing going to be 3, 4 or 5 hands. Clock is stopped. So it looks like 5 hands. On Colato, 10 bigs. Salvatore Di Martino on
Next blind is
19 bigs. Anthony 25 bigs. Morgan 36 bigs. And Jacobi playing 5 million.
it's gonna be starting like 2 o'clock.
6.2 million for Joseph and 7.6 million for the chip leader on this table. From Internal Affairs,
Gents, last 5 hands.
Dennis Becker.
For the backs and yeah.
Now, 39 remain. Anthony 7-5. He's folded around to the Italian Salvatore who folds, and this is Jacobi. And these hands will go pretty fast because players know, right, it's the end of the night. Let's just get this over with. Onkel. 10 big blinds. Small blind position versus the big stack. Decides to let it go. Hands the chips over to the chip leader on this table, Dennis Becker, who's sitting on 7.7 million. Massive stack, absolutely double the average. He's posting small blind, and now Anthony posts big blind. First to speak is this man, Joseph Gulas. He'll be under the gun. Blinds are 60,000, 120. Dealer collects the ante. Pitches the cards. Last few hands of the night. We're going to be back tomorrow, streaming the final. One of these players will be playing for the 100,000 up top. I believe the top 4 or 5 players receive a WSOPE seat. So Uncle wins a pot. Button moves. Blinds posted. The end of level 28, end of day 2. It's been a long day for these guys. 39 players. From 2,992 players remain. All these players, of course, well in the money. You can see the graphic there, top right, 3.8 million average stack. Hand 106 of 108. Morgan with the ace-10 in the hijack. Won that massive flip against Jean. Well, going to hear back from Anthony here. Anthony in the small blind with ace-king. I expect a 3-bet all-in shove here from Anthony. That's what we do see, and I expect a fold from Morgan.
780.
So he's going to look at the stack size, probably get a count, but ace 10 just not strong enough. Looks back down. Flashes the ace 10, and Anthony shows the ace king. It's all very civilized. Here in the feature table of the Italian poker sport, end of day 2. Button moves. Last 2 hands, I believe the button stops. We have the button on Joseph. So 2 more hands. Big blind posted by Salvador, puts all his low value chips in. Dealer confirming it's 120. Under the gun, Al Yacobi. Folds the Jack 7 Morgan. Snap folds when he realizes action is on him. Uncle Otto. Chip leader not interested. Taking advantage. Much have you asked Joseph? And I think he's, depending on the answer, he could just let rip here and put him in. If it's 2 million or less, he's going for the lot. $300k out there, he does put them all in. King 8, Salvador exactly 2 million behind. He's going to fold the King 8 off. Joseph takes the pot, 6.2 million. One more hand. Dealer retakes his seat. You can see the scoreboard. 12 bigs for Uncle Otto, who's rooted to the bottom there. That's alright. 12 big blinds. It's workable. Salvatore Di Martini, 17 bigs. Sub top Dennis Becker, 7.6 million. Double the average. And Joseph Rulas Jr., 6.2 million. Don't fold out of turn, says the dealer. Uncle Otto, suited connectors, but early position. And given his stack size, then a snap folds, folded around to Joseph. Relentless, this kid. Not interested. Taking the night off just yet. There's 300k out there to be won. And he's going to raise with the Queen 7, gets a suited ace to fold. He just is super strong, this guy. Jacobi knows what's going on. He's going to defend with the 8-5. And we see the last hand played out between the two best players that we've seen today, in my opinion. Jacobi Hallam, who's connected with this board. He's made second pair. Joseph was completely missed. And Jacobi checks. Joseph going to continue for about 400k. Well, it looks like 350. Snap call from Jacobi. Second pair and the backdoor straight. Backdoor clubs. And now he's hit 2 pair, but it's an interesting card. It gives Joseph a combo draw. He has the club draw to go along with his up and down straight draw. So bunch of cards to hit for Joseph. And he 4 or 9 for a straight. And he club for a flush. And Jacobi checks. I think Joseph checks back for a free card here. 1.4 million in the pot. Oh, this is interesting stuff here. 2 pair for Jacobi. Just check calls. $3.4 million in the pot. 3.4 million. Now Jacobi with just a pot size bet behind. Joseph Gulas Jr. has missed everything. What a pot. 3.4 million already out there. Now this guy has all the moves, Joseph Gulas. Quite capable of firing here. But what does Jacobi do? That's the question. Massive hand. 2 elite players playing for a massive pot. Winner of this pot will go far, believe me. Who's going to win it? Jacobi, big favourite, 100% beside him, but it's not that straightforward. Joseph could apply pressure here. Shovel it in. Big moment. Joseph Gulas Jr. just trying to get a feel of what's going on. Is he being trapped here? Or is Jacobi calling light? Here we go. This is just unreal stuff. Really is. Last hand of the night. Gonna see 2 million bet size, which is going to be super difficult for Jacobi to call it. Does he put it in? He's counting it out. Jacobi is hating life at the moment. He's just trying to get to showdown. Here we go. Trigger is pulled. It's difficult. He's putting Jacobi all in. Joseph Gulas Jr. with complete air. He's missed everything. Big turn card for him. I thought he would check back for his free card, but he fired. And now Jacobi Hallam. Now this guy is a strong player. He knows what Joseph is capable of. But this is for his tournament. Gets out the chips. This is very close. Massive decision. And you can see Joseph breathe a sigh of relief, and he shows the bluff. Massive pot, brings him up to 8 million. And El Jacobi just knocks the table and goes, well, fair play. How strong is this young guy? $8 million stack, one of the tournament leaders. We're going to bag all the chips. Players will sign for them. They're through to the final day. I'm told there's another bust out, so that means there'll be 38 players left. Average stack will be 4 million. Joseph Gulas Jr. will have double average. A few shorties there. Onkel Otto will be one of them, but he's still alive. Anything is possible. Everything is possible. We'll pick up the action at 2:30 on the live stream. Goodbye for now. Good night from me, and good night from Kings.